viewers, welcome back to the channel, guys. It's a big day. We're doing a huge archipelago today. Very exciting stuff. Now, if you missed the memo, we ended up getting 96 submissions for the archipelago event. I'm pretty excited for it. I think it's going to be a pretty good stream, honestly. I'm pretty excited for it. Now, we have a little bit of downtime today. And so I will, before we begin, because I believe there was a slight issue with the rune generation, so we're probably going to be slightly late, maybe like 5-10 minutes late, maybe 15, probably not 15, it'll really depend, but I believe there was an issue with a YAML, and it has been resolved. The room is generating. As it turns out, when you're combining 96 games together, it takes a little bit of time to generate, so when there's an issue, it can just slow things down a bit. However, I have gone ahead and I've went ahead and set everything up. Well, no, it's okay. You don't need to worry about, you don't need to apologize or anything. It happens. Last time I was one of the issues for us starting late, so, you don't need to feel bad or anything. It just kind of happens. But I'm just informing people. It is moving forward. The games are being generated. I have prepared all of my layouts today, and I believe we even have the community cam online, which will be in the 4th slot on my layout. So we are going to be having some community cam gameplay while while I do my game. So I'm actually pretty excited for it. But yeah, look, I'll do a little maybe a little review before we begin, where I go over all of the games that were submitted, because, I mean, the list is pretty extensive. What we ended up with, I was pretty impressed by it all. I think it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm really curious, like, how many checks there's gonna be and everything across all the games. I'm also hoping my computer does not explode. I don't think it should, but I have a lot of windows open today. And I think at this point I've mastered the archipelagos to the point where I don't think my computer should crash. I don't think it should crash. I feel like it should be normal. Which, that's exciting. If it doesn't crash, that's epic. But yeah, I guess since we've got a little downtime here, this is kind of like the hype train build-up moment before we begin. Where I can go through, just kind of how everything's gonna go today. I think we'll go ahead and do that. But let me go ahead and actually I need to turn on a light first, and then... So, I don't actually have my, generated, Sunshine game yet. So this one that I put in is just a placeholder, but I can go ahead and show you really fast, what it's gonna look like. So... let me make sure this is all working correctly. Yeah, I think it should be. I just need to... Is this... Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah, oh yeah, okay, so we're good. We're actually working correctly. So, if I go to this layout here, don't pay attention to the timer. That was my run from yesterday. I actually need to reset that right now, so let me go ahead and do that first. But look, as you can see here, we have the full layout. We've got, Mario Sunshine on the main view right now. We have Double Dash in the number 2 slot. We have Unfair Flips on the 3rd slot, which are my 3 games that I'm going to be playing today. And then we have over there on the right, if you're wondering what the little grid view is, that is people that are in the Discord voice call, which will eventually be the community cam once we begin. So, you know, once we begin, that 4th slot, that right now is just a grid of people, will be one person's gameplay, and we're going to be swapping between the different gameplays as time goes on. If you do want to be in the community cam and you want to, and you're going to stream on like your Twitch channel, I mean, we're kind of free-forming that. It'll be easiest, I think, to capture the Discord screen share, because you can just swap to a different POV and then it just works. But maybe, you know, we can try to get some people that are streaming on their Twitch channels POVs mixed in as well. So I am excited for it. I think it'll be cool. If you are planning on streaming, though, you do probably need to tell me or I guess Kobe in the Discord because no one's gonna know that you're streaming, or want, you know, we're not gonna be able to capture your POV if we don't know that you're doing that. So it's not a huge deal. It's not a huge deal, and you don't have to do it, but if you want to be a part of it, and you are streaming, you do need to, like, just let us know somewhere and be like, here's my channel, okay? But yeah, it looks like everything is working. All of my game POVs are live and everything. I'm pretty excited for this today. I can't lie. I will have the tracker with the, like, progress bar and stuff like I normally have on screen as well once we get there. I'm just waiting on the room info. But since we have a bit of downtime today, I guess I can run you through everything. So here we go. We've got the main layout, which is this game. We've got game 2, Double Dash. We got game 3, Unfair Flips. We have, and then this is the cool thing. We have the community cam functionality, which right now is just, it's nothing because there's no games. But like, if I ever get stuck, you know, I can just, I can watch, we can watch the cam. Because, you know, eventually there's going to be games. And we love games. So, yeah, I guess you can say hi to the Discord. That's the Discord. I mean, look, if you're in my Discord, technically, if you want to watch someone else's POV because you think my games are lame and this guy's lame, I want to watch the cool games, you can go to the Discord. I'm sure if you really wanted to live view a particular game, you can just mute and deafen and join the call and watch someone's POV. Like, no one's going to stop you from doing that. Oh, we got Gaben on the TF2 console. I was looking at the stream. Dude, that's crazy. You have the ASCII Gabe Newell. Let's go to, actually. But yeah, look, I'm just giving a shout out to the Discord really quick. I'm just giving the shout out to the Discord. Just so you know, if you do want to watch another POV or whatever, it's there. If they're streaming, I don't think anyone's gonna be mad if you watch. But don't, like, heckle people, of course. Like, I mean, use normal courtesy. Like, you don't want people to just, like, be backseat gaming you in the Discord. Well, don't do that, okay? Tune in and watch. Don't tell people how to play the game. The room info is up. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna connect. We will, so I'm going to connect all the stuff on my end so we can get the overlay loaded up. I mean, I don't want to rush people. We might shoot for like a 205 or 210 start because people have to download patch files and stuff, and we just got the info at 155. Let me get my stuff set up and I'll make a judgment call. We will do a countdown on when we're going to start. It'll show on the client on whatever game you're playing. I know there was a slight issue with the room generation. It is up now, so let me really quickly get my games connected. And then we will, once I get my stuff set up and I'm able to give you guys a set time, I'll give you like, I mean, I don't know, what's a reasonable amount of time? Maybe like 15 minutes. Let's shoot for maybe 210 start. I think that's reasonable if anyone has to troubleshoot their patch. I think we can do 210. I think I'm gonna say, cautiously, we're gonna shoot for 210 start, just to give people a chance to get their stuff set up, because I know how these things can be. It's a little bit, even if you've done it a lot of times, I mean, it's a lot of like putting stuff in files and whatever. We'll shoot for 210. We'll see if anyone is having problems after that. And if there's still a lot of people that are getting set up, I mean, we can see. I don't want to get too far off schedule. I think the latest I would really want to push it is 2:15 because, you know, we're all on tight schedules. When you organize a lot of people, it can be a little tough to get everything going, and so we kind of have to be as close to the start time as we can. I get, you know, sometimes stuff happens, but okay. So let me just really quickly refresh these. Oh, I need to make sure they're enabled. Hey, look, it's Paper Mario. I love Paper Mario. Paper Mario. There's a Paper Mario, in case you're wondering. I didn't even realize I was on the community cam. If you want to see everyone connecting, it'll actually show up on this thing above my head. So you can see these are real people. They're joining. They're not made up. Trust me, guys. I have a lot of friends. Dude, I'm not making this up. These are not fake guys. They're real. You gotta trust me. Guys, I have millions of friends. I got a bunch of friends everywhere. I got all sorts of friends. But yeah, look, you guys go ahead and get your stuff set up. I know that you probably need to do that. I actually need to get my sunshine set up. It is technically already set up, but I have to download the patch file and create a patch, which I think I already did. I'm player 75. Who's player 1? Ampercat Balatro. I mean, I guess it's alphabetical order. That would make sense. Okay. Yeah. Give me a sec. Everyone join up. Everyone get your games juiced. It's game time. I need to connect my stuff too. I'm doing it right now as we speak. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, hold up. I also don't have my stuff set up. Yeah, we're gonna shoot tentatively, I think, for a 210, guys. But, you know, I mean, I know the nature of these things. We'll see. We might have to go 215 on it. If we do, it's not the end of the world. Do not send your checks yet at 2 p.m. We were going to start at this time. We had to delay. Don't start playing. Okay, there will be a countdown in the client. I'm telling everyone right now to not do that, just so we don't have any confusion. We're not starting right at 2. It's fine. Just do not engage. Do not engage. Don't do it. There will be a countdown. One of the nice things about the archipelago system is that you can actually do a countdown in the client that shows up for everyone, so we are going to be using that. Okay? There will be a countdown that will be run, and everyone will know to start whenever they see that. It'll show up in whatever client you're using, okay? I think one of them sends by default. Oh, right, hold up. I need to resync this. Here we go. Now we have 23,000 checks. That's the total number. You can see it in the top left. What's up, Alexis? Thank you very much for the primer. Stefan, thank you very much for the 17 as well. Welcome back. There were a couple of resubs, I believe, at the very beginning as well. You're doing some chunk digging. Oh yeah, actually, I don't know if a mod can pin this or not whenever we have a chance, but I do think we should maybe have a note on the community jigsaw and also the Minecraft if people want to play that. 1 second. Yeah, we're still getting the Minecraft server set up. We'll have info on that soon, okay? I think we're going to see exactly what the situation is like. There is a world that maybe it is a little bit delayed. It's really going to depend on if everyone's good by then. We did run a little bit behind schedule, which is fine. I need to make sure that my everything is connected. We are connected to Dolphin here. We should be good. Yeah, no problem, Mooing. I think I'm getting my stuff set up. What I was telling people is, I think we're likely gonna shoot for 210 or 215, just to give people a chance to get their stuff set up. Because I know that if you're using trackers and whatever, it takes a minute. I would rather people not feel super crunched for time. I'm down to wait a little bit. I don't want to take too long. 2:15 is probably gonna be the latest. Let me get my stuff set up first. I'm still getting my trackers connected and everything. And once I get mine online...
It's time for the glor pipe train.
It's time for the
glorp it out, my glorpers.
It's time for the glor pipe train.
Max it out. Glorping, yeah.
We're straight glorping it right now, live on the stream. That's what we're doing. Glorp it up, dude. Okay. Let me make sure these all work. I think I do need to restart my double dash. Okay, nice. Yeah, okay, I just need to restart my double dash and I think we're good. To make sure that my double dash is connected. Thank you, Laura, for giving a sub to the community. I have like 5 million windows open on my computer right now. Hello. Hello. Just to make sure this works correctly, I will be opening double dash now. Live. Uh-oh, baby Ouija time. And we are live. Dude, I said that when I woke up this morning. I'm not gonna lie. I definitely did that. Okay. Very cool. Thank you, Furroot, for the gifted. The Fiverr, holy. Okay, I think on my end everything is working, which is exciting. But I know other people are still getting their game set up. Okay, I'm gonna make an executive judgment call. I would rather be safe than sorry. I want everyone to get a chance to get their stuff set up. So here's what I'm gonna say. Okay. And I need to make sure Mooing hears this because he's the one running the countdown, so hopefully he can hear me. I think we're gonna shoot for 2:15. We're gonna start at 2:15. 2:15 will be the start. Official, you have 10 minutes. So if you need to go to the bathroom, if you need to get food, do whatever you need to do. If you're setting up your games, you have 10 minutes. We will be beginning. Okay. Real gamers. Real gamers wear Depends. I love Depends. Dude, someone made that uwu command and I keep reading the schedule and stuff. And it's throwing me off, man. It's in my head. I don't even know who made that. Yeah, that one. Community archipelago. Randomizer. Okay, I think my stuff is actually set up now, which is good. Which means I have a little bit of time where I can go over the games list, which is exciting. If you are still setting up, we are shooting for... I guess I'll DM Mooing Lemur. I need to make sure he knows too. I'm gonna just make sure he knows. I think he probably heard, but just in case he didn't, I want to DM him to make sure that he does know. Let's have the countdown run at 2:15 p.m. for an official start time. If the server isn't up yet and you still need to work on it, that's fine. Okay, I'm just letting him know. I DM'd him. No problem, McGwee. I wanted to make sure people from Europe would be able to partake. Okay, Okay, nice. You got the Minecraft server up. Look, if you want to play in the Minecraft server, then we'll need to we'll need to let you in on the whitelist. Yeah, okay, we're shooting for 15, guys. So we have 7 minutes. We are gonna do an official start at 2:15. Okay. There will be a countdown in the client. Do not send any of your checks. I know some of them send by default when you launch the game. If that's the case, it's whatever. I get it. I know that that's just how it goes sometimes when you launch. But don't actually play the game yet. A few checks have gone out because I know that a few are default to when you open the game. Like when you open TTYD, it gives you your partner, and that's technically a check. That's just how they handle it. That's fine. As long as you're not playing the game, don't play the game. Oh, the whitelist is still good from the last time? Okay, that's good. We will need the server. Oh, we're not supposed to play yet? Yeah, I actually made my settings for a quick 3-hour archipelago, and I'm already 20% done. Yeah, I've actually already won my games, believe it or not, because I'm that good. Okay, hold up. let me put this on really quick. So I wanted to go over the games, just super brief, because we have like a short amount of time. We're starting in 5 minutes, guys. 2:15. Well, it's 2:09. There will be a countdown. Okay. But I'll go over the games list really quick. So here are the games. We love games. Okay. We have in the game lineup today, we're gonna run through it. 2 A Link to the Past, Another Crab's Treasure, Archipelago, Pelagio, Balatro, Blasphemous, Brotato. I don't even know what bumper stickers is. I've never even heard of that game. Castlevania, Circle of the Moon, Cave Story, Celeste, Celeste 64, Chex Finder, Dome Keeper, 2 DK64s, 2 DKC2s, a Factorio, 2 Hollow Knights, a lot of Jigsaw action, including the community Jigsaw, which you guys will be able to join. We'll probably try to get that in a pinned message. Kingdom Hearts 2, Kirby 64, Kirby Superstar, Clubhouse Games, Portal 2, TF2, 2 Double Dash, one of those is me. We have Minecraft Dig, that's where you just dig. 3 Nonograms, an Overcooked 2, a Paint, 2 Paper Marios, a Paper Mario TTYD, a Pizza Tower, Plants vs. Zombies, Pokemon Crystal, Fire Red Leaf Green, Pokepelago, Pseudo Regalia, Refunked, a couple of OOTs, that's what Ship of Orkinian is, a Super Mario World, Stardew Valley, SM64, Super Mario Land, 2 Mario Sunshines, Super Metroid, 4 Wind Wakers, big Wind Waker turnout today, The Witness Ultra Kill, like 5 Unfair Flips, a lot of dice, and that's gonna be the lineup for today. We have 96 games in the queue, very exciting. Very excited to see how that one plays out. I think it'll be very cool. I'm super pumped to see how it plays out. But we're starting in just under 5 minutes. Looking forward to see how it goes for everyone. I'm very excited for this. Here, I can try to pin it. Okay, it should be pinned. We can't add any more games right now. I can send you a link to the tracker if you want to check it out. But if you didn't make it into this one, we will likely do more. This is our biggest turnout yet. I'm hoping we'll be able to hit 3 digits in the next one. Here's the tracker if you want to check it. 6-7. Thank you for that. I think we're gonna make it triple digits next time. But we are gonna have to be a little stricter on what AP worlds are allowed. I get why they have to be strict. It's because if your AP world is bad, it ruins the entire thing. It just takes one bad egg, okay? To make the whole thing impossible to gin. Okay, 1 second. Okay, let me pause this. Guys, we are getting very close to the start time. I'm pretty hyped for it. What's an example of a bad AP game? It's not that the game is bad. It's that the programming that makes the randomizer work is bad. And so it doesn't really behave well with the other games. And so when you put too many games together, it runs into errors, it can't generate the multi-world correctly, and it prevents the whole thing from working, okay? That's really what it comes down to. It's not about the quality of the game itself, it's about the randomizer quality, and some of them are earlier on in development, they're not as polished, they're more prone to errors, okay? That's really all it is. Okay, there will be an official countdown from the system. You will know that it is happening. It will not come from any person. It'll say when it is happening. But we are T-minus 1 minute. In fact, now that I have the overlay capture, you guys will be able to see the countdown. Even if you're not in it, it'll be above the chat. Because that is the activity feed up there. You're going to be able to see it. It's going to be exciting. Oh, it's going, dude. Here we go. 20, 19. Guys, get ready. Guys, it's happening. Good luck to everyone out there. We're gonna get started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, go, go, go. Guys, we're live, we're live. On the checks are coming in. What the heck is going on up there? What is going on up there on the top, man? It's a madhouse. What the heck? We can't keep up. There's too many things happening. Holy crap. Go time, guys. Go time. It's gonna slow down, but at the beginning, it's just gonna be insane every time. Okay, alright, so the question is, will I get my hover nozzle today? I'm a little afraid of what we're gonna work with. Did my check go through? I need to make sure it did, it's hard to see. I think it did. 1% completed. People are zooming right now. Holy crap, man. I've already gotten so many things. Dude, that's honestly true. At this rate, we are gonna be done in like an hour. Dude, I didn't expect it would be that insane with the tracker. Like, I knew it would be that insane, but I didn't know it would be that insane, man. Like, you can't prep for that. It's gonna probably still be insane, but I've never seen it like that in my life. It was zooming like giga speed. I need to make sure my check sends really quick. Oh, I got something for my flip. Wait, I realized I don't have my auto flipper turned on. Hold up, wait, I need to flip. Also, I don't know if my checks went through, so I might need to reconnect on this game. But first, let's go to something important. This is the real gameplay. Wait for it. Hey! We did it! That's huge. Put on the auto flipper. We got one, dude. Okay, this is just gonna be running in the background the whole time. That is crazy to see. I've never seen it go that fast, man. Okay. Hold up. I need to go back to this really fast. We're flipping. We're flipping. I think I'm connected. I need to make sure that I am connected, though. Oh, I don't know if I am connected on here. Let me just reconnect. Oh yeah, okay, I wasn't connected, but now I am. Nice. Thank you, Mooing, for giving 3 months of subs to Zoiza. Dude, I remember, okay, so as I'm doing my, oh, the Deathlinkers are coming in. I forgot about the Deathlinkers. So one thing I didn't talk about is that we have, like 15 or 20 people with Deathlink on. So if I ever die randomly, it's not my fault. Well, unless it is. In which case, you know, I guess that's on me, but if I die randomly and you're wondering, that is why. Discord is not liking the cam. I think it's fine right now. If it's a little laggy sometimes, that's totally okay though. I mean, like I said, oh wait, I just got, wait, what the heck? Oh okay, I thought I got my spray nozzle, I didn't. I mean, I got the rocket nozzle though. I got it from Laura Pringles. Thank you very much, Laura, for the rocket nozzle. I will take this and make sure to use it properly. So the rocket nozzle in Mario Sunshine is actually one of the win conditions. There's a few ways you can win in Mario Sunshine, but, and we do need, of course, a certain number of shines, but, like, the win conditions are either, oh, the pineapple death. You hate to see that, dude. Killed by pineapple. Tragic. Am I solo? No, this is a 96 game randomizer. You can see all the checks as they come in the top left. There are a lot of people playing. It is not just me. I'm playing 2 of the games. Or I guess 3. 3 of the games. But not all like 90. Pepperclip. For the fans, there it is. Bang! I probably did that way out of logic because I sent that guy a palace key for the 1,000-year door. That's a chapter 8 item. Solo 90 game AP coming soon. I mean, look, man, we do these. We're gonna be likely doing a lot of these in the future. If you ended up missing this one because you found out about it a little too late and you were new to the submission process, I would say don't lose sleep over it. I would say maybe watch this one. See if it seems like something you want to be a part of. See if it actually seems fun. Maybe try out a few of these on your own. And, then you can join the next one. You know, I think, I mean, I'm really trying to go this direction with my content where I'm doing a whole bunch of rando stuff, including this, which will likely be a YouTube video. So, assuming it goes well, I mean, we'll do more in the future. Okay, please no one kill me. I'm talking to the fruit ladies. I need the blue coin. Don't kill me, please. Yes! I didn't die. That's huge. Didn't die to the fruit ladies. If you do get BK'd and you would like to help, or you were not able to join for this on your own slot, whether you weren't sure you'd be available or whatever, we have in the pinned message on Twitch a Discord, or sorry, a Minecraft server that you can join and help the people on the Minecraft server to win, because that is one of the games, technically. Or you can join the Jigsaw Puzzle, which is another game. I don't know if there's a dig one, unless they're doing dig. I don't know the specifics. It should be in the pinned messages, though, whatever is available. There is one person playing dig, but I think it's private. It's private dig. Hey, look, if you guys are still getting your game set up, it's all good. We ended up being a little late on the gin. If you're actively trying to get connected to your games and get started, as long as you're doing that, that's okay. It's really only if there's a no-show that we don't really want that. And we will give people like 30 to 45 minutes. Probably until like 3 p.m. My time, it's 2:22 right now, to get your stuff going. And if you haven't by then, we might have to, you know, make a decision, see if you're around or whatever. Because we don't want to keep people held up forever. If you can't connect, you should be able to. Make sure to check the thread. It's got the room info. It has the port and IP and all of the stuff you need. If you're new to archipelagos, the one thing I'll say is make sure that when you're connecting, your slot is the name that you put on the YAML. And for the IP and port, that's archipelago.gg, and then the 5-digit code that is given on the Discord thread. So check it out. Oh, someone just got carry in DK64. Wait, I didn't even know carry was a move you could get in DK64. I guess it is. No, it is. It definitely is. Oh no, that went in the basket! No, DK does have carry. You can carry like barrels and stuff. It's not as useful as like Super Mario World, but you do get it. I did. Oh wait, it didn't go in the basket. Thank God. All right, guys, we're doing our Sphere 1 checks, or like our early game checks right now, in Super Mario Sunshine, and then after we finish the Fruit Ladies, we will go to our second game, which is Double Dash. Play a little dash action. But the people need their early game check. So first, box game. Let's do it. Oh crap, wait, I'm throwing. Dude, I need this ghost energy to go into effect faster, man. I'm slamming it. It was a golden banana. I love the golden banana. So if you want to know what is happening in the chat above my head, if it is in pink text, like that one that just flew by on the screen, it meant that I'm either sending something or I got sent something. So you can tell if it's an item for me if you just want to know how to read the tracker. So pink means it's one of my games. And if you're new to archipelagos as a whole, the way you read it is the first thing listed is someone's name and the game they're playing. So for example, Easton Dice is a guy named Easton playing Yacht Dice. And then it'll say sent, and it'll be the item they sent to another game. And then the thing that they sent will show up there as well. And then the color of what they sent is dependent on what item it is. And then the thing in parentheses is what they did in their own game to send the item. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. There should not be a password, you just leave it blank. Wait, I can get one more blue coin. I don't know if it's in logic for me to do the coconut lady with only the rocket nozzle. Having only the rocket nozzle is very weird though. No hover, no spray, no turbo, but rocket. Rocket only. Okay, nice. I sent the purple ramp. Enjoyed the purple ramp, guys. And Overcooked. Oh no, I appreciate it, Laura. I just am not used to having only this. It's kind of weird. It's just very unusual. I need one coin right now. Where can I get a coin? Oh, right, the sewer. The sewer's huge for coins. Okay, we can do Chuckster Shine. I always forget that this is an early game check. I need to do it. There's like a handful more that I can do in Mario Sunshine, but we are gonna have to dash it up soon. I actually kind of want to see what I have in Double Dash, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'll do all my Delfino Plaza stuff. So like this and like maybe one more thing. Oh, that was heads plus to someone. I know about that. That's a good one. Okay, so there's one more check I can do, right? Yeah, we can go do the beach pipe. After I do the beach pipe, technically, what stage do I have access to? Gelato? We could do early gelato, but like, I would like to do a little dashing. I really want to see what I have in Double Dash. Because I was only supposed to start with 2 characters, but like, I feel like I have more than that at this point. Oh yeah, I can do the lighthouse shine, you're right, I can do that. We should do that one where you can ground pound. That's a good idea. Okay, I'll do this in the lighthouse shine, and then we will play Double Dash. Wait, I might be able to buy something on my flips, too, and we can do a blue coin trade-in. Okay, I see the path forward. We're going to do our blue coin trade-in. First one. We're gonna do the lighthouse shine, and then we go Double Dash. Well, I need to check my flips, too, but that will take, like, not very long, so. No, the rocket nozzle kind of sucks at cleaning anything. It's really not used for much. You might be able to, but it would take a lot of effort, and it's not worth it. It definitely is not required for me to do that, I don't think. Dude, I just have never seen it go that fast with the checks at the beginning. It's actually insane to me. I also love that the chat is, like, locked in right now. You can tell that the chat's locked in. Because everyone's playing their games right now. I mean, if you connect it properly, you should see the jigsaw, like, partially complete with the pieces. If you see nothing, you probably connected wrong, but it should work on your phone. Whoa, this guy's sending nothing? After I just sent that person the clapper? That's kind of messed up, man. I'm trying to pull my weight over here. Okay, hold up. So we're done with Mario Sunshine for now. So let me go to my flips. Look at him flying past, man. This is crazy. Okay, I have Dude, I have $128. What? Dude, everything cost 4 cents and I have $100. Okay, I can send a crazy amount. Let me just... We just buy all these, I guess. What the heck? I don't even know what I'm sending. I'm just send all of it, dude. I don't care. I've got infinite money right now. You want toppin'? Here you go. Here's some toppin'. You want a puzzle piece? Yeah, on the house, man. Oh, I just did a zombie ambush trap. Sorry, Cozy, my bad. I have $2,000? What the heck? Wait, I've never seen this before. This is actually crazy. Dude, what? I have 2 grand, man. Wait, McDog on the community cam? That's huge. Shoutouts, McDog. Can I get a McDog check in the chat, please? Dude, wait. This is actually insane, though, what I can buy. Oh, attack FXC? That's important. Remove random candidate? Wait, I don't even know what that does. Oh, wait, for some reason I thought that was Paper Mario. I think I was getting baited. Crim coin? I just sent nothing to that guy. Yeah, here's nothing on the house, bud. What else do we have? Dude, like, I have way too much money. Magikarp used Splash, but nothing happened. Wait, that's a crazy filler item. I actually really like that. Okay. Okay, we're finally caught back up in logic. Dude, I've never had that happen. I've never had that happen where everything's like 5 cents and I have 2 grand in money. That is actually kind of insane. Community cam check. McDog on the camera! Holy crap! Shoutouts, McDog. Shoutouts. McDog on the cam. Holy crap, man. What the freak? What the flip? Okay, 1 second. I need to get Chatterino back. McDog is actually covering my own chat. Okay, I'm going, we're going double dash. So the other game that I am doing in this today, this is kind of a new one for me, is Mario Kart Double Dash. And, my tracker should be connected. So we need a set number of trophies to win. I believe we need 12 trophies. Now I can get them sent to me, or I can get them by doing Grand Prix. But as you can see here, we're very limited on our options. So the question is, who do we start with? King Boo only has bananas. Waluigi also only has bananas. Koopa has only bob-ombs, and Daisy has the chain chomp and- wait, Daisy's OP. We gotta go Daisy. We gotta run Daisy right now. Daisy is definitely the move. I mean, it's just the play. We just have to do it. Let me set my game really quick. Wow, MKDD actually worked for setting the game. That's crazy that I can do that. Okay. I only have the special cup. Okay. Guys, a little fun fact about this track, you might not believe me here, is that on Yoshi's circuit, it's actually shaped like a Yoshi. Now, to make it more crazy, it was actually already shaped like this before they made the road. I don't know how it's possible that they just found an island shaped like a Yoshi and then made a track on it, but they did. I know it's a crazy thing, it really is. So, if you are new to Mario Kart Double Dash, in particular, in Archipelago, we can send checks by doing a few things. One of them is by being in first on laps 2 or 3. So if we stay in first, we should just send a check in a second. That'll be our first one. Oh, we just got Toad! Toad just came in. Shoutouts to Toad. And if you want to know where the checks are, if you look on the top middle, that is whenever a check is sent or received, you'll see it appear there.
Let's go Archie Sunday. Good luck, gamers.
As you can see, we just got Chain Chomp for Baby Mario. Very cool. Thank you, May McGon, for the 3. Yeah, we're doing a big community one today. By the way, if you are not in the one that we're doing today, but it looks fun, you're watching it and you're having a good time, you're thinking, wow, this is pretty cool, I would like to be a part of one of these in the future, you can do that. Join my Discord. We do multiple of these per month. I've only done a few on stream. This is my first one that I'm doing on stream that will likely be a YouTube video, but we will continue to do more, and it is our biggest turnout for an Archipelago by far. We're up to 96 people. I think our previous biggest had like 83 or something. I think next time we do one of these, we hit 100. But yeah, I mean, it's totally free to join. You don't need to be, subbed or anything like that. Just join my Discord, go to the Archipelago section. In fact, if you want kind of a look under the hood, if you want to see behind the scenes, there are 42 people in voice right now. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are streaming their game, and you can get a first look at what one of these community events is like yourself. We do asyncs, which are where the rando takes multiple days and you can kind of play your own pace. Those are good if you want to do longer settings or you want to try out a new game to learn it. And I believe we are wrapping up one of those right now. It's run by Kyril, who's one of the Archipelago hosts, who's actually in this event. But Kobe also does a lot as well. And he's run syncs. Okay, there we go. A couple of checks. Win number 1 on the board. We're playing on 50cc. I know. Look, let me have this. I know this is baby mode, but like we need to get these checks. Doot, 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 doot. What is 42? 6 times 7. Holy crap. Wait, we hit 10%? Nice. Oh wow, this is the first time I've actually pulled an item. I'm gonna blow up Yoshi. That was epic. Oh, you're right. Hold up. Is this what the people want? Hi, I'm Daisy. The real reason I did Mario Kart Double Dash in the archipelago is specifically so I can spam this and everyone has to listen to it. Madge. What, you don't like Daisy, dude? What's wrong with that? Oh, you got me a progressive speed upgrade. Thank you very much for that. That's actually huge. Hi, I'm Daisy. Who am I? 1 second. Are you familiar now? Do you happen to be familiar? What I find really interesting, and I can't actually show this on the overlay, is that I have the tracker pulled up. I have the tracker pulled up, and, on the tracker, we have... Who's in the lead? 1 second. I'm about to send more checks coming in. Bang! Some puzzle pieces for the people. Enjoy the pieces. And a golden banana on the house. Feel free, take it. It's all you, dude. Okay, actually, hold up. I have to do something really quick. There was one little minor thing that came up. Everything is fine, don't worry. But I have to really quickly do one brief thing. Hold up. I have to do one thing really fast. We had a data storage issue. I had to delete some files. I double checked to make sure I had enough space, but apparently I didn't have enough space. I think my Google Drive cache is using my like normal hard drive, which is why it's taking up a lot of space on my computer. Which is that's my bad. I just need to make sure that I have footage. We can't lose the footage. It's very important, okay? I'm a big footage guy. You try to get rid of my footage, and I don't like it very much. They call me Mr. Footage. They don't call me that, actually. They actually don't call me anything to do with that. I realized what I was saying, and then, people were going to call me Mr. Foot or whatever. I don't need that on my conscience. Okay, we're back. Slight hiccup on my end, but that's okay. No one calls me Mr. Footage. Or Mr. Foot or any version of that. Let me just have that on record. Oh, crap. Rainbow Road coming in here. Race number 3. On the first cup. It's called a road, it's called a rainbow road. It is a road that you go. It's called a road, it's called a rainbow road. And you will know when you get there. It's called a road, it's called a rainbow road. It is a road that you go. It's the road that you go when you die. It's a road called Rainbow Road. It's a road we're all gonna— Ah! It's got Princess Peach, Mario, and the Toad. It's a road called Rainbow Road. It's a road we're all gonna go. We'll go. It's Rainbow Road. It's where you go when you die. Ah! Bruh. It is the flood level, dude. I hope you enjoyed my singing. I want the record to show that I feel like my accuracy is pretty good on that song. If you go watch the actual video, you would think, dang, he really nailed it. Okay? I just want that to be on record. You have to sing with the same exact cadence. He does it like that. It's important. Dude, the checks are flying in right now. What? Beast mode. So in case you're just joining the stream, let me fill you in. We have my games. Well, my main game that I'm playing right now is Double Dash. You can see it, obviously. Then we've got my other two games next to me on the camera to my left. We have Unfair Flips and Mario Sunshine. With the new logic, but in the fourth slot, you'll see a different game. That is the community cam. It's being run by Kobe. And we are swapping it periodically to whoever happens to be playing in this archipelago as well. So if you are playing, there is a chance your game might be featured on the cam. Right now we've got Wind Waker with McDog on the overlay. Shout out to McDog. We had Paper Mario on earlier. I don't know whose Paper Mario that was exactly, but... Wait, you just sent Ponytail Twirl and Plane Mode. Whoever sent both of those back to back, those are both like really important items in both of the games that you sent them in, so that's a W. Big W. The number one thing that gets you baited on Rainbow Road on Double Dash is drifting. If you drift on this loop-de-loop, you will fly off the side and die. You might think, oh, this is an easy drift angle, but you don't want to do it, man. It's bait. It's bait. No, you don't have to unlock drift boosts, in this game. However, you do have to unlock characters' cups. And the way you win in this game is a little different. In Mario Kart 64, it's just, beating special on 150. But on this one, you need to get a certain number of trophies. And I added some into the item pool, but I can also get them in my own game, so it's kind of a joint effort. And once you get enough trophies, you unlock the All Cup Tour. And once you win that, you win. I'm not getting any items because, well, I just got one actually. I literally just got one like 1 minute ago. There's just a lot of people playing, man. I mean, there's a lot of games. 96 games. Wait, I found my own Yoshi? Wait, did I? Oh, I did in Sunshine. Yoshi unlocked. But not in this game. He's still locked in this game. Anyone know what cruiser we're on? I just want to know. Oh, we have a new game on the community cam. I don't even know what game that is. I can't really see it super well right now, to be fair, but... New game on the cam. Oh, we got Portal 2 action. Oh, that's a new one. Sorry, the community cam is kind of covered up by some other windows on my computer, so... You guys can actually see it better than I can. I can only see, like, the bottom right corner of it. I love Portal 2, although I've only played it one time. I need like a fourth monitor at this point. But yeah, look, okay, so... Well, I do have items. I just have very specific ones that I don't think I can get in first. I have bombs, and I have Chain Chomp. And I think Koopa has shells, maybe. But if I don't pull those items, I get nothing. That's the nature of the randomizer, dude. Live and die by the items. But you know what they can't take away from me? Who I am. Who am I, actually? Oh, I'm Daisy. Mr. Footage. Yeah, that's what they call me, dude. Mr. Footage. Big. That's our first cup completed. I probably should go back to Mario Sunshine. I didn't even go into the first stage yet, so there's probably some early game checks I can do. But we're gonna send a lot of stuff. You're gonna see it pop up if it hasn't already shown up above my head on the feed. I sent like 7 items or something. Oh, right, credits. Okay, let's look at our flips. Dude, what? Why do I have that much money, man? What the heck is going on over here? I have E dollars at the beginning. I have E to the 7 when my stuff doesn't even cost like $1,000 yet. Oh, Tim O'Leary is in the credits. If you look down there, you'll see him. Dude, I don't ever get to flex this hard in this game. What the heck? I mean, dude, like, what? Why do I have so much money? I don't understand. What the heck is Zooplankton Plus? Oh. The taxes trap! I don't want to send that one for that guy's sake. I don't think you want that either. Look, the taxes are coming. I just want you to know, to the person playing Stardew Valley, it's not there yet, but the taxes are coming. So you better prepare yourself. No, I'm just already at 25. When you do these giant APs, guys, things get a little weird. I should not have this much money, 30 minutes into the game. Look, I don't really know what happened. Things just get a little wonky. Wait, the Jigsaw just now got the 27th merge? You guys gotta get on that, man. You guys gotta get on that. Please raise fire, I am a poor boy. Look, man, that's why I'm giving you time to prepare. I haven't sent it yet, I can't send it yet, I just want you to know. It's there. Okay. Wait, Tim O'Leary? Did you guys see Tim O'Leary? He was definitely there. Okay, a few people said Tim O'Leary, so... I'm gonna assume you guys saw it. Wait! Oh, there he is! Tim O'Leary on the credits! Huge, dude. Tim O'Leary sighting. We love that. My goat, Tim O'Leary, making an appearance. And I'm dead. Wait, did I game over? I game overed from the death link. When, what? Okay, well. Oh, I have another nozzle. Okay, so I have turbo and rocket, but no spray or hover. That is good news. Good news for me. What? I can't do anything with no sprayer. Well, you know, no, that's not true. I can do a little bit. We can do this. That was fire arrows to a guy. That seems important. I can do the turbo check too. I have Yoshi also, so actually I can do most of the Plaza Blues with Yoshi. Because I sent myself Yoshi from Double Dash, which will help a bit. So if you're new to Archipelagos, now that we have a little bit of downtime, I can talk about it. Or if you're joining and you're wondering, like, how this is even possible, or, like, how things are going, all of the information you need to know is in the top left above the chat. We have the timer, we have a progress bar, which is probably the easiest to follow. And at the rate we're sending checks, that number is just gonna be steadily going up the entire time, okay? Oh, did someone get an ad? I'll wait on the ad. We'll wait on the ad. Give me a minute. We have to wait. I'm waiting. Bad timing on the ad, dude. It's like comedically bad every time. It's okay, I can get Yoshi in the meantime. Let's do some Yoshi checks. Pineapple. Pineapple. Actually, has any game finished yet? No, we're still at 0 of 96. So let me give you guys a little status update for fun. The person who's the furthest along is me in unfair flips. I don't mean to flex, but my flips is 57.3% done. I'm ahead of everyone. You guys need to up your game, okay? 57.3% done on the flips. But yeah, look, we are we're looking good on the flips. But I'll give you a top 5 status check. Unfair flips in first. Row dice in second. Mana dice in third. Easton dice in fourth. Wow, the yacht dice must be OP, dude. And then in fifth, we have Minesweeper. So, as it turns out, the dice is OP. But I'm ahead of row dice right now, so you gotta up your game, bub. Oh, did the auto flipper get turned off? Wait. I think it's on. Wait, is it not on? No, I think it is on. It's just really slow. But it might have broke. I'm gonna wait and see. Oh, wait. Hold up. I think the game broke. I need to reopen it. I can't even flip. Wait, can I send the Texas trap? Oh, I can send that. I just sent someone some Texas. Some taxes. Sorry about your taxes. I guess I'll send these really quick. What place is Goose Digs in? Let me see. Like in the middle. I mean, it's not flipping. I think I need to reopen the game. Let me do that really fast, actually. Give me a second. It's gonna just be naked until the game reopens. Oh my god, I almost opened Deadlock. It was right next to it on Steam. Okay, it's flipping again. Okay, I put the auto flipper on. I don't know what happened. It like stopped. I think it like broke from too many checks. Legit, man. But that's okay. It should be flipping again. Thank you for pointing that out, whoever did that. My flips is so far ahead. You're right. I should treat myself to a Deadlock game. I think I've earned it. Low key. Look, I want you guys to know that my last 5 Deadlock games were all losses, and I D-ranked. But then I didn't play for a while and logged back in, and I ranked up. So maybe it's actually, I'm just the best to ever do it. Eternal pain and suffering. What? Wait, but I'm trying to lock in so I can make it to ARAM Clash. I don't know if that's deserving of pain and suffering. Oh, I just sent air jump to that guy. Is that important? Seems important, but it might not be. The ones that I always think are important are never important. Get in there, Yoshman. Two puzzle pieces to the jigsaw. I'm curious to see how the jigsaw collective is coming along. We have multiple jigsaws ongoing in real time. By the way, if you want to join the community Minecraft and help on the craft, or you want to join the community Jigsaw, it should be the pinned info. If you look at the pinned message on this channel, it should have all that. If you are unable to join the Minecraft server, you will likely need to be put on the whitelist. And you can ask. Oh! Rip to the Yoshman! What? Yoshi's dead! Donald Finder? What? Wait, is that actually your name? Oh, I'm dead again! Yoshi... We didn't even get to Yoshi that time. I think Kobe or Mooing will need to do it, but they probably can put you on there. Donald Finder is a beast name, though. I don't know if they're here. If they are here, you can probably ask in the Discord, too. I think they might be able to help, though. I'm not sure. I mean, Mooing is also playing the... I know they both have their games, too, so... I know they're juggling a lot. Yep, banned forever. Mario, get out of the way, dude. I don't care about that nozzle. I'm trying to do something, okay? Bub. Shadow Mario, get away from me. I'm trying to do more important stuff. What can I do with this? I can't do lily pad, actually. With no spray or hover. It's like impossible. Oh, I sent swim to Super Mario World. That seems like that might be important. Enjoy swimming. Go for a nice swim for me. Oh, is that a Hollow Knight on the community cam? I've never played that game. No, you'll just run off. Oh, I haven't sent you anything, but I'm like the furthest along on my unfair flips. That's unlucky. I just sent, Big Chungus Burger to Just Value. TF2 versus Saxton Hale mod. Oh my god, wait, these checks are going crazy right now. I sent you, Gordon Freeman in the TF2 versus Ponyville mod. Now you can Now you can use the crowbar. Oh, a shine sprite. Wait, what is my shine count at? I'm already at 30? Dude, we're zooming right now. I need 120 for my win condition. I might have to play a little bit more, Double Dash in the near future. Dude, I just am looking at the checks flying. It's kind of crazy. I actually haven't looked to see. Is everyone, like, here? Also, thank you, by the way, Zach. I read your comment and then responded in my head and then forgot to say it out loud. I'm glad that you have enjoyed the video. I think it was good. I was pretty happy with how it came out. I did read the script off of a white screen, though, and I don't have the thing to get rid of the glare from my glasses, which is a little unfortunate, but... it's a minor blip. All things considered, I think it was pretty solid. I think that's like a pretty, like, minor thing given the undertaking. I'm happy with it. I was not happy about the glare either, but, I mean, there wasn't really anything I could do about it. I think there are things that I can put on my camera that'll help, or I could get, like, anti-glare glasses or lenses. It was the only thing you could see. Okay, we have to get these coins in Gelato Beach. These are technically early game coins. Meaning that if you are a... Wait, I have access to 4 levels? What the heck? When did that happen? Oh, we have a sub for their Hollow Knight? Dude, that's actually beast. I didn't even consider tagging someone in as a, like a substitute. Oh. I actually love this idea that the glare was so powerful on my glasses that it reflects back into your screen. And then you can't see anything. You get flashbanged by how much the glare was on my glasses. You can't see the gameplay, you can't see anything. It's just like a Counter-Strike flashbang. The second I'm on the camera, bang! Nothing. Couldn't see anything. Your reaction video with millions of views. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll reach out to your team and you know, we can work something out. I'll give you my ad revenue for the video because of how unwatchable your reaction video to my video was. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair deal. Actually, you want to know something that's pretty funny? YouTube has this copyright recognition thing where it'll tell you if it thinks it detects your video and other people's videos. And people have uploaded speedruns of Mario Sunshine. Like, just their speedrun of either a specific stage or just a normal full speedrun. And it'll be like, we've detected your video in this video. And it's just a guy doing a Mario Sunshine speedrun. Yeah, that's my video, actually. That's my speedrun. Thank you. I'm gonna take all credit for that. Yeah, I claimed all of them. I said, thank you for the ad revenue, tough luck, bub. I think I actually do get... I definitely do get credit for it, and all the money and everything, and the world record. Because, I mean, they stole my footage, so, like, it's only fair, right? I get the fame and the fortune, and I don't have to do anything. I was there first. They should have been quicker on the draw, you know? I don't think that's a me thing. Oh, I just sent swim to someone. That seems useful. Well, it'll tell you, like, what is claimed. And it's like one of my any % speedruns from 8 years ago. Or like a 120 shines run. It'll be like, we've detected your video in this person's video. And then I looked at it, and the sections that they showed were just like the cutscenes from the game that just play by default. Which I think is hilarious. Can I buy anything? Dude, why do I just have like $1 million every time I come back to this game? Brand new hats for dice. Actually, if the person who is doing Hollow Knight doesn't show up, I think their other game is Archipelago, and you can just open that in a browser. I could even open that technically. So we could probably have that person's games both be played without having to release either of them. The whole point of Archipelago is that it's literally an auto-playing game that plays itself. So, like, you just have to go to the URL and connect. Okay, let's buy some stuff. The hardest gameplay I've done today. Wait, hold up. I can play the Archipelago. I can't capture it right now, but I will run the game. I might just run it myself at this point. I might just have to take over for them. Let me go ahead and connect them. I'm gonna just be someone else temporarily. Guys, I'm hacking into the mainframe. The rat, but that means I'm playing as a rat. Mainframe, hacking in. I'm connecting. I'm just playing for this person. If they show up, they can just reconnect, but we can't have the checks do nothing here. If you want to see briefly what it looks like, I can show you temporarily. It looks like this. We have 22 rats. The game, I'm pretty sure, just plays by itself. Yeah, the rat just kind of walks forward. It has to go through rat basketball. So, yeah, I don't know. The rat is just going to be running on my monitor, or on my browser, I guess. At least that game is easy to connect to, so I don't have to release it. Okay, back to the real gameplay. The real reason everyone's here. Dude, we're up to E to the 9. I've never seen this happen. Also, my max heads change is 27. I do have Deathlink on, by the way, on Unfair Flip, so you guys better hope for your sake that the coin is smiling upon everyone today. Otherwise, it will kill everyone. How are we looking on Double Dash? I already have 5 trophies. That's huge. I guess we can go 100. Oh, we can do the Peach Daisy combo. Holy crap. This might be peak. I have 3 cups too. Okay. Baby park for babies. Oh, Peach can get items? That's huge. I don't know if anyone has that copy paste from when I had this the other day. So one of the things in Double Dash that you can send is winning a race, or maybe a cup, I'm not sure which one, with special character combinations. So Peach Daisy will actually send me an extra check if we win with it, which is why I'm doing it. Most of the like normal duos in the game are worth doing at least like one race on because you will get a bonus check for it. Oh yeah, there it is. You have it. Oh, the rat is gaming, dude. If you see any singe from Narga, that is the rat playing on my browser that I've taken over. The rat is online. Hi, I'm Daisy. Peach. Get out of the way, fellas. Oh, what a snipe. Bang. Yeah, win with Peach and Daisy was an extra star piece, so enjoy your star piece. Whoever got that, you're welcome. Okay. Yeah, there was one game that had to get released due to a technical reason, so unfortunately that one is not gonna get completed. It was a technical release. Wait, do we got PVZ on the community cam? That game is beast. I have fond memories of playing Plants vs. Zombies. Whenever I was in high school, we had to get an iPad, and I would finish all of my work in my classes and play Plants vs. Zombies on my iPad. I don't know how it is in Archipelago, though. Oh, get owned, nerds! I just sent a legendary item to that guy. If you missed the AP this time, do not worry, guys. This has got to be a check, right? They don't have that as a special check? Really? That's surprising. But, yeah, look, if you want to be a part of one of these in the future, guys, join my Discord. We do community archipelagos. Well, we're going to be doing them more often, but additionally, we do ones even offline. I have a couple of organizers who will run APs when you guys want. Kobe is one of them. He's actually the one running the community cam. But also Kyril, who is playing in this, has run them as well. In fact, I think we have an ongoing async for the month of April that is currently in the process of wrapping up, but we might do another async after, so a lot of opportunities to get involved. And I think the async had pretty good turnout too. This is by far the biggest one we've done though, on stream or off. 96 is huge. Dude, I am getting my trophies way too fast. I might be able to win Mario Kart Double Dash, like, extremely quickly if this continues. Okay, well, I say extremely fast. I'm only at half, but I feel like being at half at 1 hour is crazy. I might get BK'd on it, though. It is possible. Because if I don't get all my cups, or all my speeds, because right now I only have 50 and 100. I won't be able to do all the cups to get my trophies, so I won't be able to win yet. This is how the APs do go in my head when I do a solo one, you're right. I'm like, oh, a quick 2 or 3 hour AP. Dude, asyncs can be a little weird like that, man. I am doing an async as well with some friends that's almost done. And, I was, like, nearly at 95% of all my checks in a game before I could win. I mean, I feel like acings can just kind of be like that because, you know, people play at different paces, and so sometimes the one thing you need is just, like, behind everyone else's stuff. Oh, the rat is doing it, dude! Shoutouts to the rat on my monitor. You're BK? Roy, do you want to take over this rat and run it in your browser? I'll let you play the rat. Someone entered archipelago and then they didn't show up, so... I'm running it right now, but I can send you their info. Dude, oh, progressive CC is huge! What? Oh, the shell! Oh my god, dude! Okay, one sec, I'll send you after this race. Dude, that red shell was terrifying. Look, I need to hand over the rat to a rat expert, okay? I brought in the most knowledgeable rat guy I know to take care of this. Whoa! Oh my god. How can you hate Double Dash when we've got great voice lines like Peach? Hi, I'm Daisy. Okay, one second. I gotta DM you. Wait, I can just actually send you the link and I think it'll just connect, right? Okay, I'm closing the rat. I'm handing it over to an expert. If you guys do end up getting BK'd or you aren't able to join, you missed the sign-ups or whatever, we have a community jigsaw puzzle that everyone can contribute to, and I don't know how that's going. I haven't heard from it in a while. Hopefully it's going okay. I don't know. I need a status report on that. Same with the Minecraft server. We have a community Minecraft server that you can help the community Minecraft slot win. It's in the pin message. You found me a progressive time trial item. I don't even know what that is. Oh, the shell is coming, dude! I hope the community jigsaw is using the stretched photo of me and Bucky the Beaver. That would be funny. I don't expect it to be, but... I am sure the person did not show up. The reason it has any checks is because I had it on my browser. I just closed it. That person didn't show up for Hollow Knight either. We had to give their slot to someone else. We outsourced their games to two different people. We had a backup runner show up. I think we don't have any games at 0%, or the ones that do have people playing, they just haven't started them yet, because they're playing their other games, so. Wait, is that tracker link correct? Or do I need to update it? Oh, it's not? Okay, hold up, let me get the actual one. I'm griefing. Typical. Okay. Oh, you got it? Thank you. Well, everyone knows when you get the VIP badge in my stream, that means you control me. Wait, why is my name entry set to abs? Abs! Yes! I don't know why it's set to abs, dude. What? Oh, we have 150cc now. Can we get anything with this combo? We can do one more cup. Let's do flower cup. Well, I mean, it goes up. It's VIP and above control. I mean, some people do it without even being VIP, though. I feel like we just do that in general. Oh, no! Dude, this is my first time falling off, at least. I don't know with these items if we can do 150, man. Dude. Toad is getting owned right now. Thank you for the raid, Potato Melon. Dude, there's a baby in first right now. We gotta dig deep. Dig deep in ourselves. Dude, it's fine. As long as I don't fall off again. Maybe we go to 100 first. Maybe we do 100 first in the flower cup. Maybe it seems good. Oh. Oh my god, I just killed her. Later, nerd. Honestly, I just want to send the check for being in first on lap 2. I feel like there's some good items. And when you do it on the lower CCs, it's pretty easy to be in the lead on every track, so you can get those checks out of the way. And I haven't done this cup yet, so... like, eventually we will need to win the cup, but... oh god. Uh-oh, baby Ouija time. Get back here, babies. So right now, on lap 2 and 3, if I go into first, it'll send an item. Because one of the checks is just winning the race, like you don't actually have to win. Or like, it being in a winning position in the race, if that makes sense. There it is. It was a raspberry. Not the raspberries again, they're back! Everything's a raspberry. How do I feel about this track? I actually think the Mario Kart World recreation of this one in particular is good. There are some Mario Kart World ones that I don't like what they did with. but not this one. I think this one actually is pretty faithful to the original. They kind of cooked with it. And I don't feel that way about most of the Mario Kart World tracks. I think they're all good. I just don't think they're all good recreations. But I think this one in particular, they did a good job with. I kind of like the way they went with this, the like, kind of, like science, you know, laboratory type thing in this room instead of just being in a room with like a cave with crystals. I think it's a little more interesting. Although, I do wish you could go over the fence in Mario Kart World and not have Lakitu grab you. I don't like that he does that. I think Peach Beach is pretty good too. I'm not big on the water movement though, and I would have liked it to be maybe more than one lap. Lakitu is too... He's too willing to just grab you, man. Okay, so we do need to get the extra item boxes. I believe there's a check for getting one over here. Should send. Okay, well, maybe... maybe if I hit the box. Gotta hit the box for it to do anything. Okay, that's step one. What about over here? Okay, that was a raspberry! They're all raspberries, dude, all the way down. Non-stop raspberries. That was not a raspberry. Wait, I just realized we have someone playing Stardew Valley. I just recently... Well, I'm not done with it yet, but I'm nearly done with an async where someone's playing Stardew Valley and they were gated by corn. And they needed corn so badly to win their Stardew. Wait, did Mario game over? Oh, he did. So I hope you don't get stuck by the corn like he did. I finished one of my games in that really long async, though. It was DK64. I had to bring out toes.txt again, man. I resaved it on my computer. That was my second time. I finished one other async DK64 rando in my Discord that I joined a month ago. Or I guess it was like 2 weeks ago. But I've never finished a DK64 rando in a sync. I've only ever finished them in asyncs. But I have 2 completions. The weird thing is I had the same exact final phase in both of them. See, because the way that it works in the rando is if you have your win condition set to beating K rule, you set how many phases you want to do for it. And it kind of makes it interesting because you only need the moves for the Kongs that are in the phases that you have that you have in the fight. So in my case, I needed Tiny, Diddy, and DK. So I didn't need anything for Lanky or Chunky for the end of the game. Like, period. Because they didn't show up. But they could have, and then I would have needed whatever you need for their phase. But every time you do a rando, it's different. Which is why it's kind of weird that I got the same final phase, or final fight, twice in a row. Okay, we're about to send a check. What's it gonna be? Oh, you found my nothing! Thank you, dude! Wait, what is TM11? In Crystal. Dude, one of the things that kind of stressed me out, though, is whenever you unlock the K. Rool fight in DK64 Randomizer, it speeds up the music on every screen and level you're in. And I had the boss unlocked, but I couldn't beat the game. And so all the music was like playing on double speed on every stage, even though I had to keep getting checks. Like, in one of the levels, it had the like diamond and pearl bicycle music, you know, the doo-doo-doo-doo. You know, it's like very nice, calming music. But have you ever heard that at like double speed? It was anxiety inducing, man. Wait, Great Job is in first with the unfair flips. Sitting at 75.6% done. That guy is flipping out. Holy crap. There's one person that is technically at 100 because they had to release their games, which is unfortunate, but it was due to technical issues. Actually, let me do a check. I want to make sure everyone is sending right now. Yeah, okay, we are good. Everyone is here. There's two that are at 0%, but those people are here. They're just playing their other games right now. Let me do a coin check. How am I looking? Dude, my coin is... It's going off right now. I need more percentage, though. Wait, do we have Stardew Valley? On the cam? I think we do. It's a little flickery, though. Wait, you got Wario for me? Thank you, man. I've been looking for that guy. I actually do have Waluigi, so I can play as both of them together on my next cup and get a check for that. What do you even do in Stardew Valley? I don't actually know how you win. Do you have to, like, have a baby or something? Noki Bay ticket? My man. Oh, finish the community center, okay. Oh god. Wait, you just sent Serena Beach ticket to me too. But where is the spray nozzle? Maybe Dawn is mega trolling me. He knows where it is. He learned it was in his games and he said, I'll never give it to him. No spray nozzle for you, Mr. Shud. Oh, hold up. Low key, dude, if you're playing in one of these big randomizers, starting it late is kind of OP. Because you show up and you just have everything already. Wait, I might actually have the spray nozzle. Do I? Hold up, let me do a check. Let me do a quick check. There are 2 games that are not active, but the people are in the game. Like, the people on those games are in the randomizer and playing. They just are playing their other games right now. Oh, I think that's a bug with the SMS death link. I actually didn't die, but because I game overed and then hit the start button, I think it sends a death link. I actually have not died, but it just kills everyone else when I hit the button. Guys, that's not me. Look, I didn't know it was gonna do that, okay? Someone else killed me. All I did was hit the A button. My bad. Yeah, the community cam is flickering a bit. I don't know if I can do anything about it right now. I think Kobe stepped out briefly to take a break. When he comes back, he'll probably swap it. If it's bothering people too much, I can hide it, though, temporarily until he can do that. I don't want to give anyone, like, you know, a seizure or anything. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to kill everyone. I didn't know I was gonna do that! That's my bad? Abs! Okay, so we might have a weird situation where I'm going to be able to unlock soon. I might actually be able to unlock the All Cup Tour and win Double Dash very early. The issue is, I don't have any items. So like, I would have to somehow win with crap items. It might be possible, I mean I could try it. But like, I mean I don't have it unlocked yet. So if you look on the right, you see where I have 10 and it says goal is 12. I need to win like 2 more cups or get the trophy sent to me, and if I can do either of those, then we will be able to unlock the All Cup Tour and then try to win. I did not expect to be able to get the All Cup Tour this soon. I probably could have increased the trophy amount a bit, but I also didn't expect people to go crazy gamer mode. Are we loading up a new game on the cam? Oh, new game. Just dropped. Yeah, I noticed it was flashing after the fact. I don't know why, but that's okay. Oh! Blue going out. I need to lock in because if I can win this cup, I should get a trophy and then I'll be one off unlocking All Cup Tour. Oh my god. Dude! I got trolled! I'll take second. I do need to win though because there's a check for winning with Wario and Waluigi together. But that doesn't take me out of the running for the cup, at least. Wait, is my tool or excavation in your coin? Or wait, flip that around. Is your tool and excavation in my coin? It might be. Dude, Great Job is slightly ahead of Ro on flips. Ro is a dice fiend, though. Oh, we just got BJR! BJR available. Ro is in second on the dice. He's competing with a coin flipping game. I forgot, dude, I forgot how much of a gremlin Waluigi sounds in this game. It's like high-pitched. Waluigi time! Waluigi time! I swear he didn't always sound that high-pitched. Oh crap. Oh, thank you for the fireballs for Diddy Kong. Well, guys, we couldn't make the community puzzle too easy. Otherwise, you guys would be stuck. the whole time. Dude, what? I threw back and it didn't work? Hit a car, hit a car, hit a car. Nice. Hit another car. Dude, what? They're too good.
I'll get you next time. Waluigi, no win this time.
Dude, this is actually kind of hard to win. I don't know if I can win. I'd have to get first on the next two and win it. But I mean, I guess that's fine. I need to check my time trials. So one of the things that's unique about the Double Dash Archipelago that is not in any other Mario Kart one is that it has time trials included, which I think is a pretty cool addition. You have the track sent to you in the time trial, and then you have to, like, I think you get a check just for doing the race once, so it's worth it to do them all as you unlock them, but then I think for getting a certain time. Look, I think eventually, with the jigsaw, you guys will get there. The thing about the jigsaw puzzle is that I feel like it's always very front-loaded. Because once you get the Giga piece, then you just immediately, like, drop in the pieces, you know, on the back half, so it's kind of easy. But, like, that first part, getting started, is so difficult. Wow. I'm getting owned. Oh yeah! Is it normal to pull a blue in third place in this game? Wait, did I just shock dodge by getting hit at the perfect moment? That's optimal. Holy crap. Does that count as a shock dodge? Okay, we have good items. Oh! I could add a fifth one, we'll see. If I end up finishing Double Dash early, I can put it on this layout too, over this one. I would have to shrink the bottom text a little bit, but I could likely do that with my layout system. Dude, these guys are so annoying. They just keep showing up. DK and Peter Piranha Plant. We have home field advantage, though. This is Wario Stadium. They don't know what they're getting themselves into. This is a dub. It's a dub. It's just a dub. Haha. Okay, it's winnable. It's actually winnable. Progressive sword seems moderately important. Potentially. Oh my god. Oh, the rat is going. It just sent a check. Let's go, rat. A very special TF2 check? Okay. The nice thing about Axolotl that I really enjoy, by the way, which is, by the way, the thing powering the stream overlay in the top left with the live activity feed and everything, which is really, really cool. I actually super like it. But in addition to having stream integration features, it has a full activity feed where you can filter. So if you want to see who sent a certain check and at what time, you can just type in the name of the item and it'll pull it up. Dude, a fan of war frag is crazy. No! Okay, we need to lock in. The guys that we cannot win are in first, and I'm not even in the top 4. And I'm getting nothing from my item pulls right now. Not good. Dude, Wario is looking kind of caked up. He's got crazy proportions. You can just tell in the overalls. Wait, it's winnable. Hold up. It's winnable! It's winnable! We can't lose this. If I lose this, I'm bald and washed and L plus ratio and all the other phrases and words. Oh, he hit me with the giant banana peel! Well played, man. But we're not done yet. No, 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 no. We can dodge the red. Oh my god, they got hit by it instead. That was a crazy play! What? Hold up. Lock in, lock in. Go, 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 go! Okay, we did it. That was stressful. That was so stressful, man. We take those. That should be a dub. The checks, you can see them either on the top left or on the top middle on my gameplay. We found our trophy. We have 11 now. Okay, I need to do a spray nozzle check. Or any nozzle type for that matter, honestly. Do I have any nozzles? I have rocket and turbo, dude. This is omega cursed. What am I supposed to do with no hover or spray? It's like, it's just so weird. Okay, hold up. Let's send some... Dude, I've never had the money go E to the 12 before. I've never had it go that high. It's actually crazy to me. I'm about to send some crap, though. If you get a trap, I'm sorry. There's a puzzle piece to someone. Here's some other crap to someone else. Dude, I really think the coin does stop flipping whenever there's too many people. I have to reload the game. Let me actually do that really quick. Hold up, I'm about to reload the flips. Dude, I almost opened Deadlock again. I did a few of them. I mean, I have a lot of stuff that I can do in stages, so I should probably just... Are we flipping? Okay. Flip. Flip. Okay, let me go back to, game 1. I think I need to do... So I need to make a decision. The best way to help people out right now in the randomizers, I need to do what would be considered early game checks. I don't know what order I got the stages in, though. I have access to 6 out of the 7 levels in Mario Sunshine, and I have no idea what order they came in. All I know is that I started with Gelato Beach. So the other 5, I have no... Like, generally speaking, in a randomizer... You want to try to go to the earlier levels first, because if other people are stuck in their games, there's a good chance that you can get their early game items in your early game checks. Basically, what I mean by that is, if you get access to something really late in the game, and you do all those first, and you skip all the middle stuff, then you're skipping other people's middle stuff too. You don't want to do that. But the problem when you have like 96 games, and everyone's zooming through, first of all, I can't keep track of what I get access to and in what order. And second of all, people are gonna be all over the place. So I guess at this point, it almost doesn't matter. I can just go into any level. Well, no, I mean, realistically, I don't care if people logic break or not. Oh. But if you... What? Dude, what? Okay. Sure. Dude. Okay. It's fine. I don't care if people break logic or not. I think if you can win your game, you should just win the game. I'm just trying to explain why maybe logic exists in the game. For people that are new to randomizers, okay, I'm trying to put it in terms that maybe make sense. If you're trying to learn, there's what we call early sphere checks, and then there's like late sphere, and I guess like middle sphere too, but like typically if you get stuck in one game and you can't make any progress in it, there's a high chance that the reason that is that in your other game that you're much further in, you missed something in what we call the early sphere, which is maybe one of the checks you have access to from the beginning of the game or very early in the game that didn't necessarily stop you because you were able to keep playing, but you might have stopped someone else. The Mario Sunshine Deathlink, I think, is buggy. I game overed a second ago and then reloaded and it killed everyone. Which is hilarious for the record. But it's not supposed to work like that. Is there any way I can I ledge grab this? Hold up. Oh, we're getting creative with it now. We're gonna have to do the backwards turbo nozzle strats. So technically, if you turbo nozzle and then you jump in place, you will spray the wall. So I guess I can technically do these. Whoop. I need to set my game to SMS. Because I guess we're gonna try to do a little bit of this. Wait, I might be able to do the Shine Gate. Oh yeah, I mean for sure, I think in general, if you can win your game, then you should do that always. You don't have to full clear. Dude, I'm the worst offender of not full clearing an area. Normally what I do is I get far enough and then I'm like, we'll come back later if we need to. Oh my god, wait, this is advanced tech, hold up. Wait, this is gonna work! Wait, I can just use Yoshi. Why am I doing it this way? Why do I not just get Yoshi? Ah, it's too late, I'm already committed. Oh! That looked like that hurt him in real life. Yeah, Yoshi can get up here, for sure. Dude, I am the #1 worst offender of not doing all my checks in an area and moving on. I'm like, I did like 80%, that's pretty good. And then I just, go on about my day until it becomes a problem. Oh, spin tech! Wait, what game is on the community cam right now? I can't really see it super well. Overcooked. That's huge. Actually, fun fact about the Overcooked run. That is 2 people. I mean, obviously it's 2 people. You can see them both playing. But they entered together. Which I thought was cool. They like... I'm pretty sure they lived together and they were like, we want to join. So they found a game that's 2-player and they entered. And it looks like they're kind of owning. They're literally cooking right now. I tried to play Overcooked 2 with my family over the holidays. Bad idea. It did not go well. We tried to play it with the adults. So me, my mom, my sister and brother-in-law. But then at some point, the 7-year-old got control of the controller and started putting tomatoes everywhere. Everything caught on fire and went downhill. We did not make great progress. I think we maybe finished level 1. And we got 1 star on it. Look, I was carrying my weight, okay? If I had to flame any of my family members, it would have to be my mom. But I would never do that because I love my mom. But she kept picking up, like, burgers and then didn't know how to put them down. And we were trying to tell her what button it was, and she kept looking down at the controller. And I'm like, Mom, it's the same button that you picked it up with. Oh, owned. Whoa! I'm considering doing League of Legends in a future async. If it works with arena mode, I can just play arena mode. I think it might. I'd need to test it. I don't want to play a full SR game, but I'll play arena mode League. And have that be checks. If I have to go into the Summoner's Rift mines, not worth. I think you can do it in ARAM too. But it's kind of tough in ARAM because you don't get to pick your champion. Wait, it's this one. Dude, this is so jank, man. If you're just joining the stream, I have no hover or spray nozzle, but I have turbo and rocket. So I'm simulating the spray nozzle by jumping in place the other direction with the turbo nozzle. It's the only way that I know how to do it. Or if I can get Yoshi, that works too. I actually wonder what the Overcooked AP is like. Like, what do they send and like, what do they get? I'm very curious because I wish I could like pay better attention to it. I don't know how they win either. It seems kind of cool. Wait, you sent me a trophy? Holy crap. Wait, I have enough to technically try to win Double Dash. Do I just rip it and go for it? And hope I'm good enough to win? With like no items? That would be a crazy early win if I get it. Oh god, I don't want to do this. I think we just have to full send it and then see if I can pull it off. I think I could have maybe made the trophy requirement higher. I did not think that it was going to be as low as it is. Unless the tracker's wrong. We're gonna give it a go. Hold up. Get me out of this game. I don't want to see this. Get me on Double Dash now. It's Double Dash time. Am I good enough to win without items? What do you guys think? Wait, what is my win condition? Like, wait, who has the red shells? I think King Boo has it. No, wait. Who has red shells? What is 3GS? LI is lightning. I don't speak this language. What is Bosch? Bosch. 3 green shells. Oh, okay. LI is lightning. SPSH is... We have to figure this out. Spike shell. Spiky shell. FI. I don't know what FI is. Bah. I love the abbreviations. Okay, if I'm gonna try to make this work, do we run the combo here? I have access to the tour now. Wait, was there a redeem? Daisy. But we're trying to speed run. Okay, I'll do Daisy King Boo. Screw it. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? If I win, I would actually be the first, like, actual game completed. Which is a little crazy because it's my AP that I'm running, so, like... Is this, like, scripted or what? Scripted content? Okay, actually though, I think I meant to make the trophy count higher. I was actually considering making it double, and I think I just must have not done that. Oh crap. We need to win. Focus up. I don't even know how long the All Cup Tour is. I think it's either 8 or 10 races. I considered randomizing it, but I figured it would be maybe a little anticlimactic if my All Cup Tour was 2 races. You can custom set the length of the All Cup Tour. You don't have to do all 16. You can make it that if you want. But it's pretty customizable. No! No dash or throw? Okay, we're gonna see what we can do. Maybe it's in this game, and if I win, it'll save everyone. The Toads are in the lead. They must be eliminated. Guys, I want everyone to know if you're a Death Linker, I have a pending Death Link that I will have to send whenever I play Mario Sunshine again. It's not gonna be for a while. It's not gonna be for a bit, but I'm letting you know. I just wanted to put it on your radar. If you're a Death Linker, you gotta prepare yourselves. It's like in the gun. I'm about to shoot off the flare. The flare gun. Guys, Death Link going out! Not yet, but I'll let you know. Oh, banger. The controller died! Oh crap, the IRL controller trap. Not good. I like the variety on the games we've had on the community cam though. So far we've had like, what, Blasphemous? We had McDog on the Wind Waker earlier. We had Paper Mario at the beginning. We had a little Stardew. Been good variety. I think all things considered, this has gone extremely well so far. Oh yeah, we had PvZ. Plants vs. Zombies from Cozy. Channel editor Cozy. Wait, is there an item box up on the bridge that I can get? No, we don't need to worry about that. There might be an item box there with a check in it, but if I just win the All Cup Tour on 150, we release, so I just need to lock in on winning. It's not worth it to go for that. I'm locking in, dude. The star was on the ground, man. That's what you do in this game. You pick up the items on the ground. Hi, I'm Daisy. It's looking good on the cup tour. How are we looking on percentage, by the way? All right. I think it'll say that, but the mod is kind of weird. Oh! That's so bad, man. I'm so bald. I hate Double Dash. Wait, Bowser's Castle, DDR mix. It's whenever this particular, like, melody kicks in, it reminds me of it. Breakdancing Bowser every time I come on this stage. It's the only thing I can think about. Like, he's really hitting that. I should ask my, local arcade to add the DDR Mario mix songs onto their cabinet. They would probably do it. The charts are probably not very good, but, like, it would be funny to be able to play them. We're up in 4th. Moving up. I don't know, the Toads might run away with this one. I'm locked in, I'm locked in, I'm locked in. I've never been more I'm locked out! I'm locked out! I'm not locked in, I'm locked out. Lock in. Not the bomb, not the Robert! Oh, this is not good. Bowser's Castle is kind of owning me. And I think this is the first Mario Kart where they let you advance through the Grand Prix even if you don't get 4th or better. So I'll just get, like, bad points. It's still technically winnable if... That was sketch, dude. That was mad sketch. Dude. Oh my god, I have 6 reds! This seems balanced. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this is a balanced item lineup. The Toads? Are they getting overpassed? Or surpassed? The top 2 is mega tight. I don't think I can catch either of them, but I'll try. I'll go for the shortcut. I shouldn't have done that! I shouldn't have done it, dude. I don't know why I did that. That was like a mega throw. Why did I go for that? Why did I think that was gonna work? Dude, and then I threw 2 red shells and they hit each other in the air. This game sucks. Not good. That's rough, dude. That's so rough. Oh my god. We gotta lock in. That's so rough. I'm just actually throwing. Oh, thank you, Laura, for sending bombs to Birdo. Now the girlies can blow everyone up. Oh my god, I got eaten. Wait, was that optimal? This is another community randomizer, Jimbo. If you would like to be in the next one, make sure you're in the cord. We tried to give people about a week heads up on this, but if you're not in the loop, makes sense that you would maybe miss it, but that's okay. We're planning on doing more of these in the near future. I've been doing a bit of a pivot into rando content. Soon it will be probably the main thing that I do. It kind of already is on Twitch, but once the YouTube videos start going up and it takes off over there, I suspect there will be many more of these on the horizon, so... If you want to be notified, we have a Discord role you can get. Dude. For any archipelago stuff. Actually, I did a poll on that on Discord, and I think after this community one is done, I'm gonna split it up to an async and a sync role that you guys can get. We'll keep the general archipelago one though for big on-stream syncs. So if you don't care about doing the other Discord ones, and you just want to be in these big ones, just get the archipelago role. We added people that had it multiple times to make sure they knew about it. It's the easiest way to stay in the loop. Whoa! Okay. Don't get hit by the pokies. I hit a pole! Oh, crap. Dude, no way I'm throwing right now! Get off the dirt! That was worse than getting eaten by the guy. Honestly, I would have rather just gotten eaten by the guy at that rate. Can we save this at all? Quick, the reds are going out. Hit him! I'm inting. Dude, I'm actually inting it right now. It's okay, we're doing the All Cup tour, I can still win. I think. Maybe. Dude, 36 on the toads is diabolical. I'm -9 right now. Why are the toads so dominant? Wow. I believe it's either 8 or 10. I don't know what I set it to in my YAML. We're on race 5. I'm getting Mario Karted, dude. Oh wait, we got Kirby64 on the community cam, by the way. Shout out to Kirby64. By the way, I do want to give a big shout out to everyone for joining. Thanks for being a part of this, guys. It's been a lot of fun. And by the way, if you want to watch a particular person's run, maybe you liked it on the community cam and you got kind of invested in it, I think everyone is streaming in Discord. There might be a few people streaming on their Twitch channels. I don't know, if you are streaming on your Twitch channel, let me know so I can give you a shout out. I'm always down to support community people that are getting involved. But even if you're not streaming on your own Twitch channel, I know we have people streaming on Discord, and you can watch people, watch people's POVs over there if you want to. Like, I know, Wolfie is streaming on his Twitch channel. I don't know who else is. There are a few people I know, for sure. Dude, the toads are out of control! I have to catch them. They have to be contained. If I lose to the toads, it's actually over. They got hit by a table, but so did I. Oh my god, how did they recover so well? Ideally, we win and they don't get second, but I don't know if I can control that. Okay. Well, the good news about the Deathlink is eventually the people with Deathlink on win their games, and then it will not be as much of an issue. But until that happens, I am actually sitting on a Deathlink that I can send at any point. Do you see that black screen to my left? When I hit the A button on Mario Sunshine, it kills everyone. That's why I haven't done it yet. If I did, it would kill everyone right now. I have the kill switch. I'm ready to press the big red button. Well, actually, it's a big green button. It's the A button. But when I press it, everyone blows up. I have too much power. Dude, the toads are out of control. We have to stop them. I think I lose the All Cup Tour if Toad gets second on the remaining tracks, even if I get first. That 5th place really did a number on me. Why did I go for the shortcut? Birdo unlocked, you know, she got bombs earlier, so now we can actually use Birdo with the bombs. Tasty porridge, it's been good, man. We had, only, I think, one no-show and only one person that had a tech problem that had to release their game. And for the no-show, we actually had people fill in for both of their slots. So there's actually people that are playing for the no-show. I think the amount of coding involved really depends on the foundation for the game. Like, games that already have mod loaders and stuff made for them, I think are way easier than older games where you have to, like, get into the code and, like, look at the memory values and all that. Dude, if the Toads win, it's so over. I'm about to crash out. I'm gonna have a generational crash out. I think it's a reset angle if the Toads win. I do think I can win. I need to not get 5th and 3rd. We have to run it back. We're running it back. I think we bring Birdo into the mix. Birdo's getting involved. I think maybe we go Daisy Birdo. Unfortunately, I can't do that at the moment, Ziltama, but I would if I could, trust me. It's not an option. Daisy has a good item pool. She can pull triple reds. Hey, you know what? If you want to help fund the fursuit for the next community randomizer so I can win faster, you know, I mean, I'm down. I think there might be Half-Life available. I mean, someone in this exact randomizer is doing Portal 2. So there are definitely Valve games. Thank you, Krusnik, for contributing to the fund. I'll put that in the piggy bank for it. I'll give you an update when I have one. Oh, dude, that was targeted. They set me up. They rammed me into that. Okay, we need to win. Can I hit the snipe on them with the fireballs here? We did it. Dude, I hate taxes. I'm still doing mine, but I paid an estimate already. Dude, I'm getting Mario Karted! What the heck was that? Okay, wait, we're bringing it back. Is there enough time for the triple reds? I think a second place opener's not bad. Okay, we'll play 2. Not too bad, right? Be quiet, Daisy, I don't want to hear it. We need wins, okay? Hold up, back to the flips. Real quick, flip detour. Dude, I might need to report this to the unfair flips people that when there's too many checks being sent, it breaks the coin. Which is like a really funny bug. You can still send items, but like... I have to restart the game to get it to flip again. I don't know exactly what breaks it, I just know that at some point it stops flipping. Let me reopen. Give me a minute. Oh! I almost opened VR chat that time. I gotta be careful, I'm opening these wrong games, dude. 2 deadlocks and a VR chat. New AP just dropped. Wait for it. I'm flipping. Uh-oh, someone died. I like how it's in giant text, too. I don't even have a VR set. It would be cool. I would like VR at some point, maybe. I have a lot of things that I want to do, and they all require money. That's why I need you guys to keep playing in the randomizers and watching the YouTube videos that I will make about the randomizers. Okay? Because this is how I will pay for things. Oh, we have our first completion. It's the dig. Minecraft dig. Now you can help the other Minecraft that is not the dig. They probably need help over there. I don't know though, for sure. The first completion goes to Minecraft Dig. A Minecraft game where you just dig. It's a little different from vanilla Minecraft, but still very fun. Huge W's. Guys, I will have major checks when I win this All Cup tour. I think Birdo and Daisy is the combo we needed. Trust me. Hi, I'm Daisy. Oh, that was unlucky. Oh, that was really unlucky. I really like the Kirby 64. That's rough, bub. I'm gonna blow that guy up. We got this item sent by Laura Pringles. We have to make it work. Bomb activate. Okay, but low key, that was kind of a goated throw. Oh, what a shot! Doesn't matter.
Not too bad, right?
I don't like that voice line. Oh wait, this is actually good. We're back in the game. Holy crap. Someone just sent Kevin. Kevin won. Guys, fun fact about this track. It's actually not Yoshi shaped. That's a common misconception. It's actually just a regular dinosaur. The fun fact is that it's actually not Yoshi shaped. But everyone confuses it to be Yoshi shaped. This is the Stegosaurus. Dude, I could have maybe been the first completion if I didn't throw on Double Dash. Why did I do that? Maybe that's what you guys ask every time you watch my stream. You're like, why did he do that? Like, I tried to go for a shortcut right after getting hit by a banana peel and I had no speed and went in the lava. Like, what did I think was gonna happen in that situation? There was a part of me that was really convinced it would have worked. Wait a minute. I'm getting word from my men on the inside that this track is actually Yoshi shaped, and I was misinformed at the beginning of this race. My apologies. I don't mean to spread misinformation on the internet. We had another finisher. It was one of the Kongs. Basil Kong. Game number 2, the completion, starting to come in here. Oh wait, I'm running away with this one. I don't see the Yoshi. Oh, that's okay. Oh, thank you for the Bowser's Castle time trial. Ugh. We are getting very far up there. Dude, you know who's towards the bottom of the list now? Me and Mario Sunshine in checks. I have no spray nozzle though, so I'm kind of limited. Or hover nozzle. I'm like towards the bottom. Hey, no problem, man. Thank you for being a part of it. We're gonna hopefully do more of these in the next couple of months. Weeks, months. Would be awesome to have you be a part of the future ones. And if you want to join any of the ones that we do even off stream, my Discord's been getting pretty active with running these lately, so you're welcome to join those as well. Once once this event concludes, I'm going to create new roles on Discord for syncs and asyncs, as well as the normal archipelago role, and let people know. So if you have a preference on what you prefer for your randos, you can get that role and then be notified when we're doing them. Or if you just want to do the on-stream ones, you can just get the general archipelago role, and we will at people when we do these on-stream ones too. Oh crap, I'm getting owned. Wait, the blue's good. Wait, the blue's good. I'm not getting owned. I win it. No, you said it was weird, Blue. You said yesterday it was weird, I think. We could bring up the logs. Log check. 1 second. Nice. Bring out the logs. Okay, this has to be the one. This has to be the one. Look at the gap, dude. Toadette. It's always the toads, man. Right now, we're plus. We're plus, and we need to stay plus. We can't go minus. I think if we go minus, I don't recover. That's what I learned from last time. We can only get more plus. Sometimes I forget I have an emote that's just called plus. And it's just like a green plus. And then whenever people post it, I'm like, why are they posting that? Like, I'm not the one who added the emote. Well, we've got the double minus Sims emote. I feel like I'm passively getting that right now with Roy because I'm playing Double Dash. But it's okay. The good news is we're almost done. If I win, we're done with Double Dash. Oh, crap. Wait, I can't... I'm not gonna win if I play like this, though, dude. What the heck? I gotta lock in. What just happened to the chain chomp? Did that guy die? Hello, Speeve! Get the babies away from me. Get them out of my sight. Oh wait, that's only one baby. Wait, you found it. Wait, it's winnable. It's winnable. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Can I kill them? Wait, who's ahead of me? Wait, how do I get third?
Not too bad, right?
This is not good. We're still plus, but not as much. Lock in. We need to win this cup. If we win this cup, we win the whole thing. I believe it's only 8. I know it says 6 out of 16, but we don't actually have to do all 16. I think it's 8. So we have this one and 2 more. Oh crap, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. Do we have another Kirby game? Is that Kirby Superstar Ultra? Wait, what am I looking at? I can only barely see. I can see the bottom half of the community cam. I actually can't see it. What game is that? Okay, I just saw the word cutter. That's all I could see, so I was unsure, and I knew that's a Kirby ability. Oh, Superstar, okay. Very nice. Waluigi just died. Oh, I said that and then he blew up. Curious to hear what's good. Yes, what is good? Fireballs for BJR? Okay. Dude, I tried to swap for the back throw on the red, but I was too slow. A win here would be massive. I'm getting owned! Hold up, focus. This is really bad, actually. Diddy Kong, get out of the way. I need to focus. I was locked in and I zoned out for 1 second. I looked over, there was like a dumper emote or something in the chat. I don't know what was going on. I got distracted. Second's gonna have to be good enough. Is it good enough? Wait.
Not too bad, right?
What place? Dude, we're losing the plus. I'm still plus, but not by very much. This is not good. Peach Beach. Do I get a bonus check for the fans here? Do I go for the flex? I'm gonna do it. Watch this. I'm gonna go for it. Bonus check. It was a raspberry. Wait, but I pulled the chain chomp. Worth. This chain chomp's giving me motion sickness. Don't even think about it, Diddy Kong. Low-key, this is kind of stressful. If I get third here, I'm tied with Toadette Waluigi going into the final race. I really need them to get caught up by the Yeet Nose or something. Or I need to get second. Oh, they did! Oh my god. Wait, but then my bomb I hit myself. Now they're in first. Oh, crap. Not good. Dude, what a blunder. John Blunderson does it again. Okay, I thought that they were not gonna get flipped in the air, so I threw the bomb at them. Wait. Oh my god. This is not good, dude. I'm only +2. I can't go minus. I think this is the final race. Oh my god, it's Rainbow Road. Okay, lock in. I can't sing the song right now. I have to focus. This is the most important Rainbow Road gameplay of my life. Okay, so far so good. That is good. I think that will be exciting, but I need to focus. You're hungry. We can get something to eat after I finish. What, do you want me to take a pit stop at McDonald's? While I'm in the middle of this Rainbow Road race? You want me to pick up nuggets for you on lap 2 or what? Yes. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Oh crap, wait, focus, 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 focus. Block out the distractions! Don't let the distractions win! Oh my god, we dodged the reds. That was insane. I'll get nuggets for everyone if I win right now, okay? But that means I can't get the lap 2 nuggets detour drive-through. You want pork buns? Okay, we can get pork buns. Oh my god, you want me to turn the music up? Okay, fine, I'll turn the music up.
Blorp, blorp, blorp,
Not
blorp,
now,
blorp,
Adam.
Blorp, blorp. Blorp, 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 blorp. Blorp, 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 blorp.
Adam, it's not a good time.
Blorp, blorp, blorp. Blorp, little Zan, that's grandpa.
Okay, I'll change the song. I'm turning the song down and changing it. Oh my god. That was really stressful. Wait, can I shell dodge? Oh, I blue shell dodged! What? That was crazy. I think I win. Let me see. I need to get confirmation on this. We might have a mega release from raysfire. Rays MKDD's gonna send hella checks, dude. Let's see it. If this is actually the win condition. Bang! There it is. Look at it. Look at it. Rapid fire in the top left. It's going in. Holy crap. He's done it. This is huge. We now have 4 games completed. You know what? I'm gonna take a minute and we're gonna wait for Tim O'Leary. I think we've earned Tim O'Leary and a trip to get some pork buns in the drive-thru. And maybe some nuggets, and also I'll turn the music up and down. Is there anything else that I need to do that I can't remember? This game can't be a terrible game because it has Tim O'Leary in it. Wait, while I'm waiting, let me look and see if I sent any useful items. Wait, Hollow Knight also won right after. I sent Golden Ridge B, whatever that is. I sent a golden banana. I sent a magic bean pack. Tirana of the Celestial Bastion. Whatever that is. I sent a pack rat to the rat. Doesn't the rat need more rats? So it can play like rat skitball or whatever? See, I'm helping. Tim O'Leary's about to show up, I think. The GOAT! He's done it! Tim O'Leary. Dude, I'm sorry I'm not a rat expert. I wasn't expecting to have to play rat basketball today. I didn't come in today expecting to have to learn about rats. We've done it. I can probably put the community jigsaw on this layout now because we don't need to have a game here. We finished it. Guys, I want to give the Death Linkers a heads up. I will probably have to hit the A button soon and kill everyone. This is your early warning on that, okay? Wait, my flips just killed everyone. Wait, this is actually good. While everyone just died, I need to send the death. Okay, wait, we're back in the game. It's gonna kill everyone again, but like, at least you weren't doing anything important. I have Deathlink on for unfair flips, which is if it gets a tails after getting like over 10 heads in a row, there's a 5% chance it kills everyone. Which I think is really funny, personally. Yeah, see, look, now that we're at 10, that could have killed everyone. There's like a 5% chance it kills everyone there. I can't actually buy anything. Are any of these useful? Magical seed is actually very important for Paper Mario. I will try to get you that. I will try to get you your magical seed, but we're a little low on the money at the moment, so... Okay. Okay, I actually am going to very quickly run to the bathroom, so I will put the community cam on. In the meantime, I think we've got Minecraft. I don't know if there's audio on this or not. Oh, there is. Wait, can you guys hear that? Wait, hold up. I have to click on it again. It might be a little quiet, but hopefully you can hear it. Wait, I need to add this to my background muter. 1 second. To not get muted. Chrome, never muted. Okay. The ambient sounds of the craft. Okay, I'll be back momentarily. Enjoy the crafting. This is the community Minecraft slot, by the way. You guys can join it if you want to help. If you're late to the AP or you just like Minecraft or whatever, you can join this server. It's in the pinned message. They'll need to get put on the whitelist and you can help them. This is not a single player thing. Anyone can join. So, nice, Carbator dude! I'm gonna get a banana and go to the bathroom. Not in that order. Okay, I still need to get the banana, but I just checked and there's definitely no audio for Minecraft and there should be, so I'm gonna try to get the audio on it really quick. It should be here. It's an OBS thing. It's not your fault, Kobe. It's something I did. Is it here? Wait, why is it muted? Why did I mute it? It's just muted. That's my bad. Okay. There you go. I'll be right back. Now you can listen to the great sounds of Minecraft. Such as coming in hot and chicken jockey. Guys, I'm back. And I got a Mountain Dew Baja Blast and some pork buns and nuggets, and I ate all of them myself. I'm sorry, that was a little rude of me. I let the evil win for a brief moment. That's my bad. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna mute this again. Here, you know what? I will log into the puzzle. Since we're done with Double Dash, I will just have the puzzle cam, which we can throw up on this layout. So give me a minute to add it, I guess. It'll take a brief moment. It shouldn't be too hard. I need to open it, though. How hard would it be? It shouldn't be that bad, right? We just go to game 2, and... Oh my god, this puzzle is diabolical, actually. What the heck is going on here? That is brutal, man. I just saw it. Okay, hold up. That is crazy. There are... I'm gonna mute the tab. Dude, there's a lot going on that one. It's just all brown. It's just all brown. Well, it's supposed to be a cat. Wait, hold up. I'll show you what it's supposed to be. So, the image is this cat. It's a meowing cat, I think, or yawning. But that's tough, dude. Good luck. I'll put that down in the corner. Good luck with your cat work. Okay, do I have my spray nozzle yet? Dude, where is that crap? I actually have no idea where it is. I have no spray nozzle. Still. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe too many connections or something moving it. As long as it's good now. I eated it. Can you give it back, man? I kind of need it to do anything. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do some real jank stuff. It's about to get real jank in here. I mean, look. I'm down for a little jank. I'm the first one that will step up to the plate for some jank. But the amount of extra work that I'm gonna have to do here for some of this is crazy. Can I do this? Like, this is what I'm gonna have to do. But like, for everything. If that's how it has to be, then so be it. We're back to Jiggling Harbor. Does this work? Wait, hold up. I actually don't know. We're learning new tech today. I don't think I can do that. Status check. We now have... We have 7 games completed entirely, and the closest to completion that's not done yet is Dawn Pseudo Regalia. Regalia. And I think the last check is he just has to win the game. So he's probably basically done once he can do that. Yeah, let's get an update. We've got the top 5 that are not done yet is Dawn, Pseudo, Great Flips, Potato Nonogram, Row Dice, FAASDF Dice, and Dazor underscore Yacht, which is also dice. A lot of dice action at the top of the list here. You know, I've found with the dice, you can get to the end pretty quick, but sometimes you need like a little bit more to get across the finish line. To the Death Linkers, I am on Mario Sunshine. Be weary. Watch out. Actually, you don't need to worry about me because I'm a sub 4 speedrunner again. So now I'm goated and I never die in this game. What? What? Oh my god. Okay, okay. You have news? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, what's your news? Squeak, squeak, it's rattin' time. I forgot the rat talks to you in the chat whenever it runs out of things to do. Dude, the 10-minute level is brutal with Deathlink. That's crazy. Is it just like you have to survive for that long and then Deathlink resets it entirely? That is brutal. I'm ready for the rat to be in go mode. Guys, lock in. It's about to be rat time. Which rat? I can show you the rat. I have him. He's in the other room. I'd have to go get him, but I will do it. Wait, I have to do this? Oh, crap, okay. This technically is possible. It's not that bad. There are some games where Deathlink is way more frustrating than others. It's not that bad in a game like SMS, because the levels are short. But when it undoes a lot of progress, it can be really frustrating. I find it pretty frustrating in Paper Mario games, when you forget to save. Nice. Well, that's the thing. It's not about me not dying. It's if someone else dies. Enjoy your potato, bud. Let me get the rat. Get my children. My children were in the other room. This rat, for the record. It's this rat. See? Do you trust this? You have to. You have to trust the rat. Hello, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders! Hello, Chrism. Welcome. Chrism, I am doing a, I'm doing a community AP here in, my stream today. I took a page out of the Chrism book. It's been a lot of fun so far. We are pretty far into it. If you guys look in the top left, you can see the progress meter. We're about halfway done right now. We are at like over 50%, just barely. We're on really good pace, in my opinion. But I hope you had a nice stream, Chrism. Guys, if you like these randomizers, you should follow Chrism. He does a bunch of these as well. We play a lot of the same games, but he's got a very nice lineup of randomizers of his own. Oh! He does like Pikmin and Pokemon. He also does Mario and stuff like I do, but... he's got a nice lineup, dude. Yeah, Chris also does a lot of community APs. His are even bigger than this one. This one's at basically 100. I think he's done one with like over 1,000. He's hitting Shaq numbers on the APs. I've been getting really into it, man. Yeah, as you can see, even with only 100 though, we're pretty active. That activity feed in the top left is going crazy mode. We do have a community cam. Yeah, so I was doing 2 games. I was doing Double Dash and Sunshine. Oh, and Unfair Flips. I guess that counts as a game. It's still kind of, he's just kind of flipping. But we finished Double Dash early, so we have a community jigsaw. So if you guys want to try to contribute to this, it's pretty devious. It's a 1,000 piece jigsaw, and it's pretty brutal. It's in the pinned thing. It should be the pinned message. You can just click on that URL, pool.lol or whatever, and it'll connect you, and you can try to help if you want to do that. They probably need it. It looks kind of rough, I can't lie. But then in addition to that, we have the community cam, which right now is on Wind Waker, I believe. Yeah, we have it on Wind Waker right now. Oh, with the custom model, actually. Very nice. This is pretty cool. But yeah, we've got the community cam up. We got a lot of gameplay going on at the moment, all over the place. Very cool. Yeah, there is a Minecraft server too. If you want to contribute and you know Minecraft, that is a community one that you guys can join. I think they're making pretty good progress so far, I'm not sure. But you know, I'm trying to get more into APs and stuff too. I know Chris does a lot of them, but I've kind of needed a thing to kind of grind out and like settle down with and just do more of in general. And I really love the tech behind these archipelagos. Like, the fact that they're even possible to me is crazy. And the last year or so, I was a little lost on where to go with my content. And I've just been really enjoying them. Like, I first did APs last year. And I didn't really do much with them. I just kind of streamed them. But now that I kind of understand the system better, and I've been learning new games and all that, like, I have got a lot of ideas. Did I get this guy? We're gonna find out. And, you know, Chris and I did an AP together. I wonder if we could ever, combine communities or something and go for some crazy records. I'm still a little newer to doing, like, all the community stuff. But it's been fun to do so far. It's been fun to get into, and it's been nice to have something that I can, like, go live and know what I'm doing every day with, you know? The rat is done! A huge day for the for rats everywhere. Big win for Team Rats! Shoutouts, Mr. Rat. Oh. Okay. What? Oh. Yeah, I don't know if you're still here, Chris, but if you want to run down on how to get the progress bar and everything that I have on mine set up on my layout. I think Mooing has told you about the program that he has, but I'm using that with a little extra CSS. I think it looks pretty good, personally, but I'm biased because I did it. So I'm definitely gonna think that. Dude, Mantis Storm with the turbo nozzle sounds like that should be classified as a war crime. I'm not doing it. So if you did come from Chris's raid, let me give you a status update on Mario Sunshine. My win condition is 120 shines. You can see I'm at 90. But you know what I don't have? The spray nozzle or the hover nozzle. I have the rocket and turbo and that's it. I don't have any idea where those are. Those ones are just gone. So we're just rocket and turboing our way through everything, I guess. You know what? Since the rat did good, maybe we can get the pork buns after. Nice work, rat. Oh. Low-key, the rat went crazy mode, because the rat started an hour late because that person didn't show up. And then already finished. I do not want to do this. Energy drink. Wait, do I have that plugged in? Will this break everything if I plug it in? I got you, hold up. Where's my USB barcode scanner? My dongle. Okay, I got you. How many shines do I need? 120. Up, I need to actually barcodes. I put this. Here we go. Under the rat. We need 120 to win. There you go. There's your barcode scan. Don't ask why I have a barcode scanner. It's a long story. Rat wins. How am I doing, Caleb? I'm doing alright, dude. Actually, I'm doing quite well. I think everything has gone quite well today. We did not really have too many hang-ups. Can I do much in Pianta Village? Oh, technically I can. It's gonna be a little rough, but I can do it. Dude, I already won Mario Kart. PD Piranha's done. I mean, you can still see him in this game, though. Oh, wait, final boss on the community cam? This is huge. Wait, the music for that is epic. Hold up, I want to listen to that for a second. Listen to the music on this. Banger! The Kirby 64 music goes so hard. It's okay, Caleb. This is actually a really fun boss to do fast. I know a little bit about this one just because I've done Kirby 64 in AP and I did used to speedrun it. Miracle Matter is also really good. Honestly, I just love Kirby 64. I was considering doing it in the AP today, but I haven't done it enough times to be comfortable with it. Wait, you're kind of popping off though. You're kind of rolling this guy, high key. Well, this is the fake final boss. There's actually one more. It's Miracle Matter. This is O2 or whatever. O squared. I don't know. I wonder if they fixed the bug. Oh yeah, you have to do this part. I can watch the end of this really quick. Oh wait, is Miracle Matter the other guy? I get him confused. O2 is the real one, okay. So I used to do this AP whenever it was newer, and there was a bug that if you didn't get all your friends, you would soft lock and not be able to get to the final boss. Wait, hold up. This is gonna be a volume. This is a volume increase for sure. Wait, I don't know if I can right now. Oh god, I definitely did. This is a volume increase. Banger. Anyways, what I was trying to say is there was a bug for a while in the Kirby 64 AP that if you didn't get all your friends, you would soft lock and not be able to do the final boss. Because you need all of them to do this fight. And it would like bug the save file or something. I think they fixed it. Because I know they've been updating it. The death link used to not work on this, but now it does. Which is cool. Dang, still full health right now. This guy's a pro. Two HP bars. Oh, you're attempting to end Overcooked too? Dude, we might have to go to the red zone cam and swap to people that are about to win. I think we're at that point in the AP where people are about to win. Oh! Nice, dude. Like, that was like or hitless. Full HP. Goated. GG's on Kirby 64. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Mario for the time being. I heard Overcooked is nearly done. Or they're attempting it. That'll be... I don't know what the final boss of Overcooked is like. Okay. Yeah, we had a really cool submission. There's two people in my stream that go by Hypnic Heck and Lightwave, and they are doing it together. They live together, so they're able to do an Overcooked 2 co-op AP, which is like pretty rare, honestly. I feel like. Oh, I'm getting owned! What the heck was that? I looked at the Mario parties to see. Dude, this is gonna be rough. I forgot I have Deathlink on. I should probably not die, actually. Okay, you know what? Maybe we come back to Beyond the Village. Look, this is so hard with no, like, hover and spray nozzle, man, okay? Wait, they sent a fursuit picture? I actually didn't see that. Did they put it in Discord? Let me look. I'm kind of a court jester right now in this game anyways, man. I'm running around, like, just trying to collect blue coins because my hands, my nozzles don't work. Wait, hold up. Let me just check the thing. Where did they post it? I'm trying to find the picture. I can look at it on stream if I can find it. It's in the thread. Oh. Oh wait, that's actually sick. Wait, they have dude, that's actually, that might be the cutest thing I've seen all day, dude. They have matching controllers that match the fursuit. Wait, let me see if I can load it. Where is this? These are the people that are playing Overcooked right now. They've got the like matching colors. They're locked in. Wait, why did I go back into Beyond Village? Dude, I am a court jester. That's who's on the community cam, though. Oh, wait. I need to restart Unfair Flips. It broke again. I'm just like a clown. I don't know. I was sent here to entertain people. Okay, hold up. I need to restart the flips. Give me like 1 second, because the coin keeps breaking. I think there's too many people in the AP. Legit, it's like crashing the game. Or something. Oh, I think this time it stopped responding. That's like an extra bad crash. I've not had that one happen yet. We'll deal with that in a second. It's fine, probably. How are only, well, you know, people might get their items and then they might still have to like actually go and win. I mean, people are doing their final stuff right now. Like the overcooked thing is the final overcooked level, I believe. They said they're attempting the final. Yeah, unfair flips is, I don't know if they know about it. Hopefully they do. I will have to probably tell them, post in the thread if they don't. Oh, almost open deadlock again. We are not playing deadlock right now, actually. Okay, I already did a lot of these checks, but I can try to do more, like the linked pairs, maybe. I opened VR chat for something recently, yeah, and so I right-clicked the Steam icon and it shows you your 5 most played games, or not most played, recently opened. And so the order was Unfair Flips, Deadlock VR chat, which is a crazy lineup. Silly Mood, thanks for the 11. Do I have a furry model in VR chat? Yeah, actually I do. But I have not played, like, very much VR chat. I've played it, like, once or twice. I've played it once or twice because I don't have VR. No, you can't see it! Also, it's not like a custom model. It's like one of the bases. Well, I mean, it's like one that you have to buy, but like, it's not one that's like custom made or anything. That would be crazy. No, I'm not one of those otter things, dude. That would never be me. Balatro release? Huge. Hopefully, we don't crash the flips. Wait, the games are actually coming in crazy mode right now. Hold up, I need to check the box that says exclude goal plus completion. Wait, my flips is going crazy! Wait, we need to go to the flips cam now. Wait, hold up. How did I get 21 in a row with only 62% heads chance? That is crazy. Also, can someone tell me where my stupid... Where's my stupid nozzle, dude? Let's go back. Oh, that's a cat. We finished Mario Kart already. Mario Kart is hiding under here, though. Just to prove it to you, look, it's hiding under the puzzle. I just already finished. See? So there's no reason for it to be up anymore. I might as well use it for the community jigsaw they're working on. Are you about to win? You know what? I'll wait. Sure, let's look at this. Oh, you win! That's huge. GG's on the Overcooked. Nice work. Oh, my game on Twitch. Okay, well, we'll put it on this. Oh, that's not the game I was trying to set it to. Sorry. I was hitting the up button on Chat Arena to recall the last messages. Nice, there it is. GG's. Good stuff. Okay. Let me go back to Moria Sunshine. If you're wondering why I haven't done particularly much in Moria Sunshine recently, it's because in Moria Sunshine at the moment, I mean, I technically can play the game. Technically, I can play the game. But it's just very difficult in my current situation. Golden banana going in. Dude, if you think that emote is weird though, well, I mean, I know you're not new to this channel, but I feel like that emote is far from the weirdest 7TV emote we have in here. I still don't understand why you guys are so big on ramp and rotating panel. Dude, I kind of like the go for 3 emote, even though it's the most useless emote, like, ever in terms of being able to, like, see what's even happening in the emote. I like the idea behind it, and I think sometimes that's worth a lot. Which is why there's that one of, like, the monkey with, like, his, headphones in that's called something like Existential Crisis, My Life is Meaningless, or whatever. I don't know what it's called. I think I have it on my channel, though. Oh yeah, that one. Maybe I don't have it. I think I did have it and it got removed. Wait, I got killed by my flips! Dude, the stupid my own coin betrayed me and killed me with a death link. And now it's gonna kill people again. Dude, I feel bad for Cozy. He's doing... We got any more in the chute? I feel bad for Cozy because he's trying to do Plants vs. Zombies, and he was talking earlier about how he was like 10 minutes into like a 12 or 15 minute survival level just to get killed and have to do it again. That seems brutal. I hope they fixed this bug about the Sunshine Deathlink, though. I don't know if I should report it or if they know about it or what. I know they're actively developing the Deathlink for this game. Or, not the Deathlink, the whatever. Okay, what can I do with the rocket nozzle? Let's think about it. Well, I mean, I'm using the new AP World Penga, and the way it works now is when I get Deathlinked and die, then I respawn, it sends another Deathlink, and then if I game over, when I hit the A button, it sends another Deathlink. So it still seems kind of jank. And I'm using the newest one with the difficulty logic, so... I don't know how you fix that, but hopefully... I'm using whatever the one that Joe Shark posted is. The official newest version with the difficulty logic. Yeah, so I can try to explain the bug. So the way that it works right now is if I get killed by a death link, that does work. And if I die, it sends a death link death, which also works. The thing that's broken is specifically if you game over and it goes to a black screen, and then you have to hit the A button to continue, it counts that as another death and will send another death link to everyone. If it happens again, I mean, I can point it out, but it did happen on this stream, so I can try to find the spot in the VOD where it happened if you want. But it was kind of awesome in a way, because for a period of time, I had like a big red button that would kill everyone. Because I was playing my other game in this AP, and I was sitting on the game over screen, and I had the ability to kill people whenever I wanted. It was kind of beast mode. But probably not the intended behavior. You probably don't want that. But it was kind of funny. Whoop. I do like the developments on the AP though. I mean, I think largely you guys are killing it. I would love to have move rando included, which I know was talked about before. I don't know if that's still in the cards or not. Oh. But I love the difficulty options. That's huge. I love that. I've been enjoying it. I have mine on the one below the salty tears setting for this. I mean, I think the only thing that would maybe be cool would be, I don't know if it would be possible to have a list of like glitches that are required to be known for each level or whatever. But cause I've used to speedrun this game, and so I can do a lot of weird stuff with it. And I don't know if I don't know if there's a way to tell if it's in logic or not, what I'm doing. That's like a minor thing though, that really doesn't matter that much. I'm just kind of curious. What is the difficulty change? It changes what it expects you to be able to do. So like, for example, let's say your spray nozzle is behind, if you only randomized SMS. Let's say your spray nozzle is like behind something that would require you to know how to do like an out of bounds clip or whatever to get to. The game would still generate the multi-world and consider it as in logic because it assumes you know how to do the glitch needed to get that item. Whereas, like, by default, it expects you to not know any glitches or anything. So it would never put the spray nozzle in a place like that where you would have to be able to know how to go out of bounds to be able to get. If that makes sense. Like, for example, you know, let's assume that these... Oh. I got killed by my flips. That wasn't me, for the record. That was not me. That was not me. Dude, well, I mean, it kind of was. It was my unfair flips, but it wasn't me in this game. What else can I do? Can I go to Noki? I think we can do Noki. Let's try Noki. Well, the hope is that the death linkers will eventually... Oh. Wait, did it go back to the main... Why did it do that? Wait, I've never had that happen before. Dude, that's some new tech right there. You go to Noki and then it takes you to the title screen. I can try to do... Wait, what do I have access to? Oh, we haven't done Bianco. We can go Bianco for sure. I might be able to do the beat shine too with this. I think eventually the Deathlinkers will all be done, so then you'll be able to do it, but hopefully it'll calm down before that happens. A 20-minute episode with no deaths required is gonna be rough, though, I can't lie. I think there's like 15 or something people with Deathlink on in this. Okay, well, if it's the last thing, that makes it a little bit better. Because I think by then, hopefully, things will calm down with the checks. I mean, we already have a lot of clears coming in. Wait, how many games do we have complete? It should be in the top left. I mean, we've had a steady stream of checks flowing the whole time. It's been looking good. Dude, my Deathlinks are great. What are you talking about? Although I do remember the first time I did one of these community ones, I was doing Mario 64 with Deathlink on, and every time I swapped to Mario 64, people freaked out in the Discord. They're like, guys, he's back on Mario, watch out! They were like bracing for impact. Oh, I think Flips did break. Is it dead? It's like half dead. I need to restart it though. This one works totally fine in small sessions, but Unfair Flips is very unfair, as it turns out in the larger sessions, because it literally stops working. And I have to restart it. But that's okay. Right, we're going Bianco. I got distracted. I'm gonna be really mad, guys, if my spray nozzle or hover nozzle... Honestly, I'll take either one. I don't care. I could do... I think in terms of preference, I would prefer the spray nozzle, but, like, I'll take either. I need, I need it, though. I need one of them. Where are you? Welcome in to, the madhouse. Oh, huge send. We just had a send for Kevin 6. Shoutouts Kevin. Kevin Pianta. Can I do? I guess we're doing it like that, man. I guess we're just doing it like that. Whatever. Wait, I'm actually figuring this out. Hold up. Download complete. But I can actually do this. It's crazy to me that this is even possible. I'm glad the Mario Sunshine AP has been picking up though, because I really wanted it to succeed. When I first got into APs, I didn't know anything about like doing these randomizers, but I was like, why? If there's one thing I know, it's Mario Sunshine. And at that time, the development of the Sunshine AP was like not that far along yet, and I don't think they were that active. But over the last couple of months, I've seen it really pick up, which is cool. Oh, okay, I'm actually glad that it shows. I didn't know it showed the Deathlink on the overlay. Yeah, man, I mean, look, the more settings, the better. The more stuff you want to cram into this, the better. I'm here for it. I think a game with more settings and checks available is always better than a game with less. So if you want to, like, go crazy mode with it, go for it. I mean, I got a little bit spoiled. I've been doing the DK64 randomizer. That game has like a 1500 YAML file, or 1500 line YAML file. It's crazy how much they crammed into DK64 rando. Oh, did you win? Paper rack done? Holy crap. Big wins for the raccoon enthusiasts everywhere. I have heard Luigi's Mansion is good. I need to learn the game better. But it looks good. Dude, my game is jiggling big time right now. Did I get my hover nozzle? I got no nozzles, dude. I need my- dude, I need my nozzles. I'm gonna get enough shines to win the game with no spray or hover. The crazy thing is, I think I can do it too. Like, I actually think I can do it if I need to. It would be scuffed, but I mean, I would do it. If you guys can get me the shines needed, I can bring us home, okay? I can do it. Oh. I'm gonna guess today in the document there's a picture of a Pianta. Let me check. Oh, close. I need to get that blue coin. Oh, I didn't even think about the puzzle cam. I forgot I put that up, to be honest. Okay, you guys almost have the border done on this cat, I think. Wait, is Zelda finisher 2? The clears are coming in crazy style at the moment. How many clears do we have? 19 completed out of 96. Wait, who finished on Zelda? Wait, who did this? You win. Nice work. I don't even know who this is. But you win. Oh, didn't mean to do that. What else can I do right now? Dude, doing the M's on the wall like this is so scuffed. Can I do any more? I sent a raspberry. It's always the raspberries, man. It's raspberries all the way down. What about this? Was this good? I'm really glad I made this layout, though. It's so modular. I can do so much with this layout. I gotta give a shout out to Panga for that tip, and Chrism. Panga gave me the hookups for the layout. And originally, I think Chrism was the one who did the swapping thing first. Can I do this? Oh, it's going. Oh, it's going! Triple jump! Big. Oh, it was a blue coin. It's not even my blue coin, it was some other guy's blue coin. Yeah, I didn't even consider when I originally made this that I could have one of the spots on the layout be for the community cam, but it works really well. It's just, you know, tucked away down there. Can I spray the guy? The guy's not here yet. I mean, can I do Peter Piranha? With no spray nozzle? I don't know. Dude, wait. I think I have to do this. You're about to see something illegal. We're gonna have to do this. I didn't want to have to do this, but we're gonna have to do it. It's time for Serena 1 turbo nozzle strats. Joey B live again with the Minesweeper. Last time he was playing Pong. He's gotten new technology, I guess. You know, someone got him a new computer. Nobody die! Guys, no one die! Cozy's doing something important. I won't be dying. Anyways, let me just start this boss. I don't think I will die to it. If I actually am gonna die, I can like pause and exit. We're getting creative. Dude, this is like, that's why I said this is illegal, what I'm doing. I feel like this should not be allowed. Dude, I've never been out here. This area has never been explored by another human being ever. Wait, you won? Oh wait, I can do the sprinkler method! Okay, well, let me do that once we get the big guys done. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. If anyone wants to sit... Dude, I got killed by my unfair flips! The deathlink was from my unfair flips. Stupid flips, man. Stupid coin. I hope that Cozy finished. He said did survival on 4x speed. Because if he was still on that, that's not good. You win? Yes! That's what we like to hear. My goat! He's done it! Wait, you finished your whole game even? Or was that just that one check? Okay, it looks like it was the one check. Even still, that's good. What percent are we at? Let me check. We're currently at 67.3%. Wait a minute, you're baiting me! You guys always do this! And now I get deathlinked. By the... Dude, I'm gonna have to turn the coin off. The coin might have to go into timeout. Dude, it's the coin. But it really wants to win, man. It really does. Look at it go. Release incoming. We have to get 30 heads in a row to win on the coin, which I literally can't even do yet because my max heads chain is 29. I could. Oh, big release. Nice. Guys, the clears are coming in now. GG's on the ultra kill. Wait, what do we have over here? Oh, Plants vs. Zombies back on the menu. Okay, we have to go back to the Manta. I have to just try to do it, man. I don't have anything else to do right now. I think this has actually worked out pretty nicely. We were shooting for 30, sorry, we were shooting for 3-hour settings and expecting to go double that length, and I think we're actually ahead of schedule. We're at 67%. Well, probably actually more than that now. We just had some sins, right? No, we're still at 67%. But we did have a Sind. Wait, am I about to die? No, don't tell me I'm gonna die! Okay, wait. Is the developer here? Developer, let me show you. Okay, we can do a live demo of the bug. This is actually educational. Okay, so since it actually shows the death link on my tracker, you'll see that I'm dead from the death link. Now when I hit continue here, it will send another one. And you can see it shows up. So even though I died to death link, I had to hit continue and it sends another death after. So I just killed people back to back, basically. Dude, I'm putting the coin on timeout. You are off the flips, dude. I turned off his auto flip. I've had enough of this guy right now. Guys, I turned the coin off. He'll be back later. It might have my spray. I don't know if there's a way to see the Deathlink tracker. Thank you, Mega Scott, for the GL. Everything's actually been pretty good. There was one person that had tech issues and we had one no-show. But the no-show guy's slots got given to a backup runner in both cases, and they finished. So, it's actually worked out. Oh, refunked! Okay, that is not me, dude. I didn't do that. I did not do that. GG's to Kobe on the refunked. Well played. Who didn't show up? I actually don't know what their name was. I think it was Narga. But one of them was the rat auto game, and I gave that to Roy, and he finished it. I think he gets the stat buff of, like, you know, he makes the rat more powerful. And then I don't know who picked up Hollow Knight, but whoever picks that one up, thank you for doing that. Oh, right, I can't do this normal. We have to do it the cursed way. Oh, crap. Wait, come here. 70% done with the checks and no spray or hover nozzle? Are we so for real right now? Where even is it? And I'm dead. I will win this, dude. I will defeat the manta ray. I will defeat the manta ray with just the turbo nozzle, okay? It will happen. Look, think of it this way, guys. Every death is a step closer to victory. Dude, I tried to do it with just Rocket. Actually, a bit of a lore drop. The first time I ever talked to Roy in a Discord call, like 2 days after I met him, we did an archipelago together on his stream. I didn't stream it, I just streamed my POV on Discord, but he streamed it. And I tried to do Serena 1 with the rocket nozzle for 30 minutes. And I couldn't do it. That's why I know that I think it's impossible. I tried for a very long time. Like, I gave it genuine effort, and I just couldn't do it. I don't think it's possible. I don't think you can do enough damage to break the big guy. You could maybe do it if it's the small guys, but this guy's got too much HP. Wait, DK on the community cam? Dude, I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna get owned and die. The DK rando is really good. I'm biased because I've been playing it more, but it's actually really fun if you like DK and music, good music, and you like a million checks. It's also really good if you like getting stuck every 2 seconds. It's very good at that too. I've learned that the hard way. I think DK is like one of the best rando games though, because there's so many things that you can do in terms of like making the experience more tangled up or not. That alone makes it worth it. Let me give you a for instance, okay? Well, let's assume someone's item is in DK64. It can be behind someone's item in a shop. And depending on how you have it set up, there's a chance that you might not even have that character, so you won't be able to get it. And then once you get the character, you might not have the shopkeeper, so you can't even go to the shop, even if you have the character, because you don't have the shopkeeper, because you have to find that too. And then once you're in both, you don't have enough money to be able to buy the item. So then you have to farm money. There's like 3 layers that you can add to it. Some people like that, some people hate it. I think there's a happy medium. Okay, can we go spin move now? You sent me the spray nozzle? Oh, you actually did. Well, I have to finish it now. I'm committed to doing it with the turbo. Well, okay, thank you for that, but now I have to finish this. Thank you for the spray nozzle. Don't deathlink it. We've gotten so far, I got to the pink phase. I never get to the pink phase. We can't be dying right now. It's too important. Oh my god, I'm getting giga... I'm dead! I killed everyone! I got comboed by the little guys! I'm not doing it again. I'm using spray nozzle, man. I don't care. I don't think I'm strong enough for it. I was so locked in, man. Where did it all go wrong? Oh, wait. Did DK just finish? What's going on over here? Oh, wait. Is this DKC? This game is bangers. It's a little quiet, but that's okay. I'm actually not going to stay on this for very long anyways. Because I have work to do now that I have a spray nozzle. I'm schnozzling. Oh, did DK win? DK64? Huge. Did the guy playing DK64 need toes.txt? If you need it, contact me. It's on my desktop. Hello, yes, I would like one toes.txt, please. Thank you. Okay, well, now that I have the spray nozzle, I can actually do crazy checks. I can do so much in every level. I'm basically fully unlocked. Where did my spray nozzle come from? Like, what was the check for it? I didn't see, I was too busy doing the manta. Is that pretty far in the game? Because if it's far in the game, that's messed up. That they would do me like that. I have finished one of my games, Double Dash. So now we have the community cam puzzle. Because I am done with, Double Dash. Life. Dude, my brain is so cooked. I read one of the checks. It said sent something to Minecraft. And my brain just filled in chicken jockey. I don't know why. That's not even close to what it was. It says like structure compass. Why did I think chicken jockey? That's not an item in that game. That's a mob. Structure compass. Dude, it doesn't work. You can't say it like that. You can try to make it work. I don't think it works. You can't just take two words and say it like Jack Black did on that one scene and then make it a meme. I don't think that's like valid. Hover nozzle? Hover nozzle! Unless you're saying I got it. I definitely didn't. Red Switch Palace is good. We have a lot of people that are very close to being done. They're sitting at like 90% or above. A little stats check. Let me do the math on this. There are 11 games that are 90% or above done with their checks, but are not completed yet. Well, I paused the flip because it was killing everyone. Oh, I have an upgraded coin. I mean, I could put it back on, but I can't win yet. But someone needs this magical seed for their Paper Mario. I actually really need it. I know they need it. Because you need the magical seed to start chapter 6 or whatever. But like, it's too expensive. It's out of the budget. But we do have the upgraded coin. I might need to run auto flip to farm money. What if I let the coin run while I go to the bathroom? What's the worst that could happen? Here, I'll put this on in the meantime. I need to do a bathroom run. I'll be right back. In the meantime, here's Donkey Kong Country. I'm back. Guys, we got work to do, okay? Lock in. Lock in, we have work to do. Because I need to do a lot, and I could not do a lot up until now, and the people are relying on me. Let's do it for the people. Oh, I'm turning the flips back off. Why is the flips killing us? It's possible that the death link might be a little too lenient on the percentage. Maybe 1% is a little better than 5. It's okay, he's in timeout. So, we turned him off. Don't worry. He will not cause any more problems. I put him in the doghouse. Oh! Oh. The fox house? Yeah, sure. Actually, you think I want that guy in my house? After what he's done? No shot. He doesn't get access. Tough luck. Watch the movement here. Dude, I swear it ate my spin input. Okay, how about we do a different one? How about we don't do that level right now with the Death Link? Let's go somewhere else. Let's do a different stage. I've got a lot of options, you know? We have so many things we can do. Let's not limit ourselves to one place, you know? Dude, the percentages are really coming in. You guys are doing good. I want to... Let me move this down just a little bit. I want to see how many are done. 23. I assume most people are, like, nearing completion. I am about 20 shine sprites away from being done myself. I'm at 101, we need 120. And if you're wondering, isn't that all of them? The answer is actually no. With how I have it set up, I think there's like 150-ish to 170-ish. Well, it looks like the jigsaw is starting to kind of come together a little bit. You have most of the cat's face done. Is it a 1,000 piece puzzle? Because if it is... Oh wait, swag? Hold up. Oh, I was gonna maybe have a quick kill on Mecha Bowser. Okay, so you guys almost have all the pieces then. Because it says you can do up to 955. It's just, taking a little longer. Okay, we got 2 quick hits there. That's pretty good. Do 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 do. There's a check, and it was a beat trap. Oh yeah, sorry. The Mario Party... So there's one working Mario Party archipelago, and I believe it uses a custom board. So it's like a weird Mario Party ROM hack. I looked into it. Someone started one for Mario Party Advance, and apparently there was some drama. Because I searched in the archipelago Discord for it. I found the thread, and then I went to the bottom of the thread to see what people were talking about, and someone said something like... If you prove that you're capable, we'll unban you and you can post the link again, but this is not allowed here. And I don't know the specifics about what went down in the Mario Party Advance thread, but it did not seem good. So, I have no idea what was going on in the Mario Party Advance archipelago, but if it was being worked on, I don't think it is currently. Yeah, other than that, there was one custom board that was like a ROM hack that I think is based off one of the N64 Mario parties. I don't really know too much about all that. I was considering trying it out on a stream. Maybe sometime soon. Because it seems interesting as a concept, I just don't know how it works exactly. Wait, so your friend knows about the drama? I mean, maybe someone else can pick it up. All I know is that they were not for a while. Oh, we got the nice pull strat there. How many people are on the community Minecraft server? Me? Okay. What the heck, man? The AP one right now. Hello, Metacero, welcome. Dude, I still can't believe how fast the activity feed was at the beginning. It was like, it was crazy. Okay. Oh, you guys have a giant piece now. That's huge. Good news. Yeah, the cat is the community puzzle because I won one of my games already. They're trying to put together the pieces of the cat. I had a dopamine in my veins for a brief period of time, you're right. The cat is being assembled. Well, if you want to contribute and you are not feeling the puzzle, maybe you're burnt out or whatever, we do have a Minecraft server for this specific archipelago that you guys can join. You might need to get whitelisted, but anyone can join. More than one person can be on the server. You just need a copy of the craft. First we mine, then we craft. Let's Minecraft! Progressive fairness, that's huge. I could use a little bit of that myself. You want me to go to Pianta 6? Okay, I got you, dude. I can go do it right now. I can do anything now. I'm unleashed. I've finally activated my true form. Which is a guy with a spray nozzle, apparently. Oh, is that Pokemon? We have Pokemon on the community cam. Whoa. Pokemon Gamer Kid. Pokemo Gamer Kid. Come here, come here, come here. A little more bub. Dude, I don't know where I picked this up from, but I've been saying bub lately. And I don't know if I like it. I might need to drop that one. I'm not sold on bub. Maybe it's the 7 TV emote. Deathblink, wait, I need to get the shine. No, wait, don't do that yet. Okay, now I don't care. Oh, we had a yacht win. Okay, nice. We're up to 26 completions. They're flooding in big time. That's what we like. We love that. Is Bub is not recent? Maybe it's not. Well, I would say Bud a lot, and at some point, the D got flipped around. The D turned into a B, and I'm not really sure when that was. I kind of alternate, I guess, at the moment. We kind of interchangeably Bud. I do like Glorp. I'm still a big Glorp fan. I know some people don't like it, but like, I think Glorp is just fun to say. And the picture's funny. It's just like a rare combination where both are good. When did I start talking like Wolverine? After the full moon, when I realized my true form. My favorite part about that emote is that you just can't tell what it is at all. It's just like a dark background square. I am speedrunning this guy. I'm speedrunning this guy's Pianta 6 item, so we gotta keep moving. Dude, there are a lot of people that are at 95% or above. We're getting there. 27 completions now. They're coming in. Oh! No, I'm gonna deathlink, actually! That sucks. I'm deathlinking! Why do I mess it up when it matters, and then when it doesn't matter, I don't mess it up? I don't get it. And then I just kill everyone in the process. Is it the nerves? Imagine the nerves. Oh, dude, DK64 randomizer with Deathlink seems brutal. Oh, okay, I understand, guys. Thank you. I think it's cool. We've had like a lot of games and people featured on the community cam. I liked people that had their own models though, and had their own like tracker layout on the stream. That was cool. I like that. Look, if there's anything important behind my game, okay, we're working on it. But there were complications in Mario Sunshine, so we're a little late to the party, but I'm in nearly go mode. I mean, I kind of am. I just need to get more shines. Realistically. Try any new food? I mean, I kind of invented a new food. I mean, I didn't invent the concept, but because what it was basically random things in my fridge and pantry. But I'm pretty sure I combined stuff in a way that I've never combined it before. And it was pretty good. What, that doesn't count? When I went to go visit my grandma for her 90th birthday, my, like, My aunt made this dessert that's like the most southern comfort food dessert I've ever heard of in my life. It was like one of those like salads that's not a salad. I'm pretty sure there was like whipped cream and like apples and stuff in it. It was like whipped cream and apples. Maybe like cream cheese and sugar and vanilla. And then they put in like, but then on top there was like a caramel topping and like some, I think she did like pretzels or something. It was like a weird apple pretzel caramel thing. I don't know what it was. It was good though. Is that what that's called? Ambrosia salad. I mean, it was good. I don't know what it was called. I didn't even know what to call it, but I liked it. Oh. What kind of an ant? That was Aunt Ginny. Thank you, Aunt Ginny. It was a great salad. I look forward to eating it again. Whoa! That guy, did he just win Celeste? That guy just won Celeste. That's crazy. And I think Plants vs. Zombies. Both. They both won at the same time. They actually literally both won within like 1 second of each other. Holy crap. That might have crashed my flips. That's how you know it was big. GG's on the PVZ and the Celeste. The Celestials. Nice, dude! The double whammy. Big win on Celeste, and actually, I can give you the numbers. You want the timestamps? I'll give you the data. Look at this. Plants vs. Zombies finished at 18:24:41, and Celeste finished it at 18:25:02. So they were literally less than 30 seconds apart. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see, big gaming. Guys, we're making huge time right now. We're like at 80% at 4 hours. Wait, Pango is streaming right now? I didn't even know Pango was live. Well, divorce. Thank you very much for the raid, Panga. Welcome, raiders. I'm doing a big archipelago today. As you can see in the top left, we have a 96 game archipelago. We're running a big community one in my Discord. I am doing Double Dash, Unfair Flips, and Mario Sunshine. But we have a community cam in the bottom kind of middle. So if you see another game, that's someone else who is playing in the Discord. And of course, you can see the activity feed in the tracker in the top left. You guys have seen it before. You know how it goes. But I hope you had a good stream, Pango. Welcome, raiders. This has been a lot of fun. I actually really am enjoying this. If you guys ever wanted a group to do Archipelago with, my Discord has been lighting up with them recently. This is my first kind of streamed one that I think we'll maybe try to turn into a YouTube video. But I will do more. And we do more of them, even when I'm not streaming in the Cord. So, I am really excited for this era of the Archipelagos. It's on the rise. And actually, Panga and I are going to be doing a duo one this coming week. We were gonna do it this weekend, but the schedules didn't line up, so next week, we will be doing it. I don't know exactly what yet, we're still working that out, but Hank and I will be doing a duo one later this week. I know he's made a Mario Golf one. Oh. Dead. I don't know exactly what we're doing yet, but Panga made a Mario Golf one. And I am actually gonna try to, when I get a minute, work on making a Sound Voltex one. I talked to Panga about some ideas for it. I would need to do some testing to get the logic right. If I can get the Sound Voltex one up, though, we'll definitely have to bring that out in the AP. I have some pretty good ideas for how to do a knob randomizer. I just would actually need to make the logic for it and, like, the AP world. So we'll see. I think I could realistically get a working version up pretty fast. There's just a few things that I need for it first. I don't have the buttons emote, but I have the fresh flanges one. Oh my god, that is not where I wanted it to go. Gotta make sure the flanges are fresh when you're about to play knobs. Whoop. How many games are we at? We're up to 32 games. Guys, we're officially 1/3 of the way done with all of the games. And our percentage is, like, even higher than that. I mean, the checks are still coming in quite fast. It's been a steady stream the entire time. Wait, the bees. No, come back, bees! Wow, 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 wow. Come here. I need to get a guy's thing in Pianta 6, so, like, after this, I need to go. I'm just getting these now, so I don't have to get them later. You're at Final Bowser? Holy crap, dude. Blah, wow, 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 wow. I don't know if we can get Bowser cam or not, but good luck in there. Wow, 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 wow. I can't do Yoshi skip because I don't have the hover nozzle. Panga, this seat is cursed. I got to literally 100 shines and got the turbo and the rocket nozzle before I got the spray nozzle. And I still don't have the hover nozzle. I had to try to do Manta 1 with the turbo nozzle. Or Serena 1 with the turbo nozzle. I got, like, all stages unlocked, except for one. And I got, like, everything I needed except for the spray and the hover. I got the spray, like, while I was trying to do Serena 1 with the turbo nozzle. And I still don't have hover, so whatever. Doesn't matter. My win condition is 120 shine, so, like, we are literally through pretty much the whole thing. Oh, if you want us to get you on the cam, you can stream your Bowser fight in the VC RGG. You can just be muted and deafened, but... Oh, you are now? Okay. We'll, see if we can find you on there. Oh, the papaya! What the heck is going on? Oh, Bowser fight. Paper Mario. Final Bowser. I always like seeing the Paper Mario runs because at the end you've got some, like, builds that you end up going for. And so you can see, like, what badges people put on and stuff. Wait, actually... No, I don't think it's worth it. Okay, let's go, Chuckster! Chuckster moment. We're gonna have to go into the red zone. We'll try to get as many people's games on the community cam as they finish as we can. Everyone's kind of getting close. We have over 1/3 completed now. Nice. Expert. Thank you, bot. Is Yoshi's juice acidic? The answer to that question is absolutely it is. Why do you think it burns those things? Like you can see like steam rising off of it. Yeah, I think if you say, like, difficulty level or something, it'll say something. Oh, basic. I'm sorry, I wasn't very good in chemistry. Okay, to the guy who needed, something in here. Give me a minute. It might be in one of these guys. It's okay, we will do more if you guys couldn't make it. I know some people wanted to. Maybe we'll try to do a Saturday at some point instead of a Sunday one. I need to do the linked pairs, but I have no hover nozzle. I do have all the nozzles but hover, that is correct. No one can do the hover nozzle baby command on me this time. I don't even need it, man. Do it without the hover nozzle. Oh, I just got heads plus. That's pretty nice. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do a hoverless max %. I'll let Panga do that. I'll leave that to the professionals. That's none of my business, okay? I'm not trying to get involved in all that. I don't know what you needed. Was it any of that? It could be one of these at the end. I'm not hinting my hover nozzle so they can gatekeep it. I don't want them to have that power. Telling someone that an item is in their game and they can choose to screw me over is a scary thing. I can just not use it. I'll let them find it on their own, and then if they send it to me, I can just Giga Chad not even switch to it. Every time I look over at the jigsaw, you guys are making progress. We're up to 615 merges. Cords getting all... My dangly cords are getting all twisted. Right now, I can't have this. You're TF2 spy? No, let him out! Let out the spy, man. He's stuck in the cat. He's Pickle Rays. Dude, wait, I thought that was like a real person. There's no way the bot would say that. The bot's calling me Pickle Rays. Dude, I bet you right now, if you don't know what's happening in my Discord, and you look in there because you see people are live in VC, you are probably so confused if you look in the voice channel. You're like, what is even going on in there? That's okay, they're gonna learn today. You win? Nice, dude! GG's! Congrats on your epic fight against Big Man Bowser. I am still, I am still trying to get my shines, but everyone helps. Any spare shine sprites? Any spare shines for a poor guy like me? Or a hover nozzle, you know what? I'll take whatever. I'm not gonna be a chooser. Whatever you want to send to me, I mean, I'm happy to take it. I need to check this nozzle box. Someone in Maine said it feels like seeing and hearing an insane party just down the street. Well, look, it's not like they didn't get an invite. They could join. They just need to do it. But that is a pretty good description. We're partying down here in the VC. The red coin of death! The red coin of doom and despair has ended me. Oh god, why did I get added in here? Oh. Sorry. I was a bit— Oh! Wait, what? Bro, wait, what? Wait, what? Why did it send a death link? I didn't even do anything, man. I didn't even die, man. I clicked out of the game for 1 second. I didn't do anything! And I'm about to send another one. There's another one. Take another death. On the house. Okay, look, that one's not— none of those were me for the record. It'll say that 2 of them were me, but the correct answer is 0 should have been from me. I was not even doing anything. I was looking at a Discord thing. This is what I get, man. You know what it was? The death link came from, like, you know, those self-driving cars where they, like, tell you have to keep your eyes on the road and they've got the camera that are watching. It saw that I looked off the screen and it was like, hazard detected! Death link. Can I make that? Oh, wait, I don't die, I don't die. Actually, you know what? Let's not do this level right now. On second thought, let's not do this level. You want to be banned? Can you ban me instead? Red coins with no hover nozzle? Oh god. The fox's wedding. Isn't that like raining when the sun is out? I didn't know what that term even was until recently. Four puzzle pieces. Any other pieces? I am not married. That's a term from like the Northeast, and I only know about it because of the dialect quiz. The NYT one. It was on there, that's how I learned about it, anyways. Dude, I need blue candy to name some weather phenomenon about some, like, dog or something. Blue, get on that! I need you to, like, have a phenomenon happen and be like, this is actually the blue dog weather event. How's the arching? Dude, we're killing it right now. The only thing I needed to do to make my archipelagos in my actual time frame is get like 90 other people or whatever to do the game too. When we all play the game, it goes pretty fast. Who saw that coming? My percentage in Mario Sunshine is so far behind. Do you guys know where I'm at in SMS? Guys, I'm at 40%. Even though the total completion's 80. Oh, huge one item release. Yes! Epic. Can I get Yoshman? I'm at 107. With every shine, I grow stronger, man. The man is trying to hold me down. It won't work forever. Your days are numbers, man. Oh. When is Christmas? Let me calculate, or let me consult my calendar. My calendar says tomorrow. Wait, do we have TF2 gameplay in the bottom cam? Holy crap, it's John Fortress. And we are live playing some TF2. We have not had TF2 featured today. I don't believe. We've had quite a nice selection of games being shown off. Apparently the spy from TF2 is still trapped in the cat puzzle, though. I love that though, man. I love this idea that the games can just like have completely other unrelated games in them. Like imagine in what world would it ever be possible to grab a blue coin in Mario Sunshine? Just as an example, and have that be an unlock. Like, oh, now you can play as the Demo Man in Team Fortress 2. It's crazy, dude. Oh, I'm getting shocked. Do. What would I think about it? I mean, I feel like it would be... I can't force the meme. If I intentionally did that and knew that I was doing it, I don't think it would be as funny. The thing about Tayson Day is that he didn't know. You didn't even need the moon pearl? Dang, beast mode. We're up to 37 games, man. And look at how many of them are close to being done. Hold up. Let's check the flips. I haven't looked at it in a while. Did it crash? Oh, it actually didn't. I can't win, though. I need one more progressive heads because I'm at... Like... So I need to get 30 heads in a row. And the issue is... I just got the progressive fairness literally right when I said that! Wait, we might be able to win now. Holy, it literally just came in right when I was, like, looking at it. Okay. Wait, we gotta flip it then. We could win. I don't know what the chances are with 89%, but it's pretty high, I feel like. Do I send it? Let it go. Guys, the death link might go through, but I can't do anything about it right now. If this works, we're done. We get freed of the coin death link. Hold up. Let him get going, okay? He's a little nervous. See, look, he's nervous. What a tease, man! My coin sucks! Why does my coin suck? Wait. Here we go. This is it! This is it! Yes! Go! What is that? What is that? 2 tails in a row? Wait. Here we go. Dude, I'm getting beyond trolled right now. It's actually insane how trolled I'm getting. Rap assassin kill, huge. That's a crazy one. Dude. Oh, you sent a TF2 hat! Don't worry, I win right now. Watch, literally I win right now. There's no way this is going to fail! We're going the distance. Disaster. Do I need to like leave the room? Should I like look away? Like how about I do this? look away. Dude! I just wanted to show off the back of the hoodie. It's an added bonus, you know? Go! Go! Wait a minute! Dude, I'm actually gonna go insane. I needed to do something. I needed to do something. Okay, I'm gonna give it 5 tries. If it doesn't get there, it's going back in the corner. Okay? Wait a minute. Go. Close. Wait a minute. Don't troll me! Don't you troll me. You better land on edge right now. Yes! We've done it. Big win. Big win for coin flipping everywhere. We've done it. Mission accomplished. Good job. How many flips did I get? 3, 2, 3, 2 flips. There you have it. We've won. Alright, well now we just have 1 game left of my own to do. That's an extra completion. Do I have my turbo nozzle or anything? I'm at 110. Okay, wait, we're getting somewhere now. What was I gonna do before? Can I do Rico Harbor? Rico 3, maybe? Or 4? Where am I? That is real. Wait, what game is on the community cam? Oh, it's Kirby. Okay. I was like confused for a second. Kirby, you're in the final section? Oh, wait, you can win. Can win, can win, can win. I think everyone is getting close to the final section for their games. Even though the number of people that have won is below half, I think it's gonna go up. Even the jigsaw puzzle is coming together. It's all slowly getting there, dude. Oh, thank you, Jigsaw! Dude, look at the jigsaw. It's looking so organized. And they have all their pieces. It says merge is possible 999, which is how many they need. They're at 722. They don't have any more pieces left. They just have to connect them together. This guy's cranking it on the puzzle! Okay, maybe we don't do that. Let's have a little self-control. But I like where your heart's at. I like where your head's at, okay? Keep it up. Keep the enthusiasm. Let me show you this movement right here. Okay, it was kind of scuffed. What the heck, dude? It's fine. That was a Triforce shard. That seems kind of important. Did you need that? Thank you, Heck Dude, for the 19. Welcome back. Appreciate it. That seems kind of useful. I'm over here putting out fires. Call me Ray's Firefighter. Call me Ray's Firefighter. Oh, Fire Red is completed. Kirby's completed. Nice, dude. The clears are coming in big time. Crazy mode. GG's on your Pokemon. And your Kirby. Guys, I'm gonna be joining the Winners Club soon. Trust me. Guys, I'm almost done, trust me. Look, I finished 2 of my games in the first 40 or whatever. You can't tell me I'm not putting out a generational performance today on the field. Look at my shine count. 115 big ones! 116 big ones. Did you look at that? One more to go. So right now, my objective is very straightforward. It is, I am waiting for the shines, and I'm just gonna continue to do my checks until I get enough, and then we end. I have a clear path forward, okay? No problem, guys. Thanks for joining it. We will likely do more, and if you are joining the archipelago, first of all, thanks for playing. I appreciate everyone who showed up today, but, we do a lot of these. Like, I've been saying it, but in the Discord, probably after this stream is done, and things wrap up, maybe sometime this evening, I'm gonna make a new set of roles on my Discord for async and sync. And if you want to play more of these, even with, like, you know, the same group, but even, you know, when I'm not live or on your own time if we do an async, you can get those roles, and you're welcome to sign up for however many you want. You don't need to be subbed or anything. However, we are going to have one big archipelago role as well that I would recommend you keep, because whenever we are doing more of these big on-stream syncs, I will add that role and tell people. I think what we're gonna likely do is, if it's gonna be like an on-stream sync or like event, we will use the role. And if there's any news or updates to the archipelago stuff, there will be an add to the role. But for all of the, like, other ones that we do in the Discord, like the longer multi-day asyncs or the syncs that we run on weekends, we'll probably just use the normal roles for that. Yeah, then we'll be adding an ARAM Clash role as well. For whenever ARAM Clash comes around, if you're looking for a team, we'll make sure to let you guys know about that as well. I know League of Legends is very big in this community, so I want to make sure that, you know, you guys know that that is available. We all love League here. How is the community craft looking? Oh, is that TTYD in the bottom? I recognize that that game, dude. I've been doing a lot of TTYD recently. And these, they're pretty fun. Now that I kind of get it. Mariko's jiggling. Yeah, if you're done and you want to keep helping, you can also join the craft. I feel pretty comfortable on TTYD. There will likely be DK64 showing up soon on stream. I'm getting a little more comfortable with it. I think I need, like, maybe one more off-stream run of it to feel fully comfortable, and then we'll be good. Let me just kill this. Pick a number 1 to 27. If you're right, I'll give you a sub. I pick, I'm gonna pick 19. Guys, if we all say a different number 1 to 27, someone will win. Why didn't we coordinate this? Wait, am I about to die? Uh-oh. That's not good. Wait, I avoided death by being in a loading zone. The death link can't grasp me today. Dude, it's Kevin. Let's do a Kevin check. You know what? I'll talk to Kevin. I'll do it for the fans. Nice, another game done. The dice. Well, let me just set everyone straight on this subject. I started this craze. Me, the original Duck Ring Rider. I'll get the rare 1-up that you guys have probably never seen before. Since I've got a little bit of free time. This is a very rare 1-up. Probably the, like, lowest or the least collected 1-up, maybe in any game. I need to talk to that guy. No, I missed this cycle. Now we have to wait. Waiting. Oh, is Kevin a dog? I like that. There was a Kevin 6 that I saw later, too. Guys, we have to wait. A little bit longer. Can I get him from over here? No, he's like out of reach. Part of the reason he's so hard to get is because... Or this 1-up is so hard to get is because it's so, like, specific. Like, where you have to be standing and stuff. I mean, I already talked to Kevin. We need the blue guy. Did anyone guess 6? I don't know if we did have anyone guess 6. Mobile viewer. I think it's 6. Nice guess. Wait, is he coming back? Dude, it takes so long. Hurry it up, man. You finished Pizza Tower? Nice, dude. GG's. Thank you for joining. I believe you were completion number 45. Okay, here we go. Guys, crazy 1-up. Well, funny you should ask. I actually am new. Okay, so look, if you talk to all 3 of these guys, you get this text box. You actually managed to talk to the 3 Duck Ring Riders. You're amazing. Here you go. This is your reward. And you get a 1-up. If no one wins, that means Lex wins. Oh, SML on the final area? Okay, we might want to put that on then. We can probably swap to it. Super Mario Land. Dude, Super Mario Land is apparently a pretty good archipelago game. And I've been wondering if I should try it out. It doesn't look like it's very long. I could maybe learn it. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I get everything I missed. Will I be going to Taco Bell? A very good question. My diet's been slipping a little bit ever since I traveled the last couple of weeks. So I'm trying to maybe recover it a little bit if I can, so we will see. I would like to not. I have groceries in the fridge. But maybe. I might get it. The jigsaw is coming together. Quite nice. It's a little slippery whenever you eat a little unhealthy. It's a bit of a, a slippery slope. But maybe I will. If I do it, maybe I will, and I'll just have my leftovers later tonight. I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna give it some real thought. You have to kill Pyro as spy? Yeah, good luck, man. That guy counters you. That's never gonna happen. Whoa, they're at 800 merges on the jigsaw now. I need to get these fellas. I need to take them out. Come here, fellas. You wanna go, Bubs? Okay, I need the record to clarify. I do not want to pay $500 for a Fox Girl skin. Wait. Maybe. Maybe I do. I don't know. That's a lot of money. Well, it would depend on the skin. There's a $500 Ari skin, and it is not worth it. Boink. Whoa, another jigsaw victory. Wait, we're over 50 completions now, guys. We're up to 51. What's the overall percentage? 85.5. Holy crap. Wait, everyone is just winning their games. Iron Squire is done. Cupid Flips is done. Everyone's finishing. Thank you very much for the raid. Iron Squire! Thanks for joining, man. It was a lot of fun. Oh, wait. Hold up. I need to grab that. I'm almost done with mine. I need 2 Shine Sprites, and then I can win. In Moria Sunshine. I did finish, my Double Dash, though. I might be the best guy to ever do it. They're calling me the greatest to ever do it. We need 2 more shines. The moment of truth. Where are they, man? We will be doing more of these in the future, guys. Stay up to date in the Discord. I believe Super Mario Land is in the final area. We can try to catch... A lot of people are finishing. We're trying to get as many people as we can on the cam. Sorry, I've been watching too many impression videos recently. I swear I found the people doing impressions from the improv group, though. So I blame Long Coat Lady for this. Yeah, we're gonna try to get as many people on the cam as we can. I'll be able to give it better attention and we can swap between them maybe a little easier after I complete my own game. I just need 2 shines. Okay, wait, TF2's done. Epic kill on the pyro. That's huge. GG's on the TF2. Dude, they're flying in right now. Wait, you disguised as the pyro and then backstabbed him? That's messed up, dude. That's mental warfare. Oh, you can maybe go to Blasphemous then. I believe Rad Roach said that they were close to finishing. They're like doing boss fights. Did you give me enough shines? I didn't get any shines from your Team Fortress 2, man. And DKC2 also in the final boss. Holy crap, we're getting maximum content right now. You could try to do the stream view, or the grid view, where you have multiple streams up. But then they would be even smaller in the corners, so probably not worth doing that while it's so small. This shine sprite will fix all my problems. Wait, it actually could though. Hold up. What if it fixes all my problems? The final shine sprite coming in right now. It was a Pokédex. Okay. I don't even know what that does. But wait, oh! Wait, it went to 120. I did get one from someone. Wait, where did that even come from, dude? What the heck? I think it came from Donkey Kong Country 2. Thank you for your service. Thank you, DKC2. Your efforts are appreciated. Okay. Okay, so I actually have to do something kind of jank here for this. No joke, this is gonna be kind of jank because I have no hover nozzle. So we're gonna have to do lava strats. I mean, I guess I don't have to, but that's way cooler. And I have no choice about it. So the way that we're gonna do this... So we take damage from the fish. Then we come down here. Under the death plane. Because the death plane is only on the surface. There's a gap here that I should be able to get through. I'm gonna need to get a little more HP though. That should be enough to get me to the end. Need a little bit more. That should be enough. So we come out here, then we can rocket storage. Okay. We just have to get through the Bowser fight, and then all my games are done. That would have killed me. Readjustment with the Y turn cam. Oh, not the Death Link! The Death Linkers! They strike again! Honestly, that was comedy gold. Well played. The Death Linkers can't hold me down forever. Oh! The midair goop! Here we go, final hit. Big release incoming. Actually, how many checks is that gonna send out? It's gonna send 200 checks. Because I was at 40%. I did like nothing in that game. Hey, if you needed any of that stuff, you should have it now, okay? Very nice. Alright, I finished all my games at 5 hours. And look at it! Look at the tracker in the top left! They're flying in! Big. Let me see where the hover nozzle was. Did I get it? The hover nozzle was in my own level. In my own game. Well, that's stupid, and I hate it. So... oh, what are you gonna do? I don't need that. It says... the hover nozzle was in...
Oh, look at that!
Serena Beach 2, the hotel lobby secret. Now, fun fact about that level, I started that level and then game overed and said, we're not doing that right now. And then never came back.
To the sun-drenched tropical paradise of Isle Delfino. We're so pleased to
I said, we're not doing that right now. I'm gonna leave. And then I did leave, and I just didn't return. I was like probably 30 seconds of gameplay away from it. But what are the chances, man? We have 23,000 items, nearly 100 games, and the hover nozzle, one of the most important ones in the game, is in my game. It couldn't even go to the other Mario Sunshine, it had to be in mine? Why'd it have to be in mine, dude? Alright, let's get some important gameplay in here. Oh yeah, now we're getting some real gameplay. Why'd it have to be in mine, dude? Oh, that's my stream. Okay. Now finally we're getting some real gameplay here. This is what you guys have been waiting for. I know for a fact. You've been waiting all day for this. And I have too. So, you know, I'm glad that we finally get a chance to experience this. Oh, Joseph R. Biden was in the call. I did see him there. Okay, let's see how we're looking. I might need to turn this up a little bit. Okay, now that I'm done, we can watch the community cam. I get to watch other people play their games. We have Landy playing Wind Waker right now with the custom model. The jigsaw is gonna end soon. Wait, actually, hold up. I have the jigsaw on my own. I can just do that. Dude, look at the pieces. They're flooding in like ants. The pieces are coming together. Everyone's just... Oh, well, okay, they're kind of coming in. They're not coming in that fast. I finished Factorio by launching a fish into space instead of a satellite. That's kind of epic. We'll go back to the Wind Waker after. I need to watch the cat be completed. As the little ants fall into place. Yes! Go, my little pieces! Activate! 976 of 999. Sending a fish into space is epic. That's like Ro winning TF2 by getting a final kill on a pyro as the spy and killing them disguised as them. Put the cat down. Stop. Let the people finish the cat. Stop this now. I know what we need. We need to take the cat off the screen. They want attention. If we don't give it to them, they get bored and quit. Besides, I like this Wind Waker model. And the overlay. I don't know anything about Wind Waker. If you are a Wind Waker knower, can someone tell me where this is in the game? Like, how far is this in Wind Waker? They have a lot of hearts, so I assume this person is pretty deep. It's a dungeon. Oh, okay. This isn't... Okay, this is not the first dungeon. I already know that much. Sia Rennie's Jigsaw was, completed game number 68. Completed game number 67 was... Wait, Link to the Past. The cat is done and has been rotated. The cat is upside down. The cat is going crazy mode. What is happening to the cat? GG cats. Super Mario Land 2 on the final boss? Okay, we can probably go to the final boss for that. It looks like Landy's working through a dungeon right now, so... we probably still have a ways to go here. I don't know what the win condition is. It looks like their pop tracker's pretty lit up, though, so they've done a lot. They're making good progress in any case. I don't know anything about the final boss of this game either. I can put on background music if I need to, actually. Nice work on the cat. Guys, real quick, let me go back to my other layout now that we don't need the cat anymore. Goodbye, cat. We'll just have the double dash effect playing. Oh, they need one more sword upgrade. Okay. Wait. Well, we'll see when they get there. Let me see. Okay, so now that I am done, I can give you guys an update on the status. So the current check status of everything is we have 70 games out of 96 completed. And there are multiple people that are at 90% or above. Multiple people are like, a lot of people are like 70% or above. If there's no noise, I can put on the background noise. Hold up, I got you. I'm prepared for this. We put on the Tokyo Blur. How do you rotate pieces? Does anyone know? Is it R on the keyboard? Oh, space, okay. Super Mario Land 2 seems like a pretty good game. I don't know why I didn't ever play it. Is it like kind of a BS game or is it like pretty honest? It's okay if the stream quality's not perfect. It doesn't have to be too perfect or anything. I like some of the earlier Mario games are like BS, you know? Some of them are just terrible. Wait, what is that power up? What does he have on his head? Is that a feather or what? Jazani Dice is completed. 71 done, man. And we had the Witness done as well. Yeah, I think everything has gone pretty well. I was very happy with the stream layout, and Kobe's done a good job running the cam today. And I appreciate Mooing and Kobe and whoever else helped with the organization of the Minecraft server and the puzzle and stuff. It's been appreciated. I don't know how the Minecraft is. Let me look. The craft is... Community Minecraft is, only at 47%. It might be a Minecraft, grand finale, potentially. We'll see. I think they're further along than that, though. That's their progress on their checks, but I think they have a lot of stuff. Yeah, so they need 9 more advancements, and then the Ender, and then the Wither, is that right? Do you guys have any skulls? The Nether! Yeah, the plan, guys, that I will give you is... I was talking about this a second ago, but I couldn't really focus fully because I was playing my game. I think what I'm going to do is we'll have an archipelago role, which a lot of you already have, but if you don't have it, you can go ahead and get that. That's going to be the main one for, like, news. So if we do, like, for example, I'll probably add everyone with that role when we make the new roles to let them know. So if there's any big, like, community-specific archipelago news, we'll add the role. I'll also use it to let people know whenever we're doing signups for another on-stream sync. Because that seemed to work pretty well. Then we'll have a second role for asyncs and syncs that are run, even ones that are off-stream. From what I have heard from people, and from my own experience from doing these, you know, just with various friend groups and whatever, archipelagos are a great way to meet people because you guys are able to play games that you both like, even if it's your own games, but you can do it in a casual, like, collaborative setting, which is, it's very conductive to being, I think, a pretty good social environment. So, we'll make a set of roles for people that want to do Discord syncs and then Discord asyncs. Even ones that are not necessarily streamed or anything like that. And whenever we do put those on, we'll probably at people and say, hey, we're doing another stream or whatever. Or not another stream, another, you know, archipelago. Oh, 1 second. We had a bit of a situation. I've ran out of... Oh, I can pause this. This has audio. Okay. Well, it's kind of dank audio, but it does have audio. Dude, Birdo is screaming for her life. The jigsaw is completed. It's okay, you can mute this one if you want. I don't mind just playing my own music if you want to just do that, or I can just mute it. As long as I can see the gameplay, that's the important thing. Oh, you muted, okay. Yeah, basically, guys, like, what I was trying to say is, we're gonna make rolls. So if you like doing these, and you want to do more of them, even when I'm not streaming them, because I can't do a stream one all the time. We're probably gonna do them, like, every month or every 6 weeks or whatever. There will be opportunities to do that. We have a couple of people that I know are capable, that have run multiple of these for the community before. Kobe's done a lot. Kyril has done a lot, who's also in this one. And Mooing Lemur, who put this one on and did the generation and stuff, has done some as well. And maybe in the future, as people get more involved, we might bring on even more people to help host these as they're wanted or needed. So that'll be cool. But, of course, I'm going to try to do these on-stream ones every, like, month to 6 weeks as well. Another dice victory. GG's to Dice Cube Bliss for winning. You're in Go mode in Pokemon. If you're streaming your POV, if you're doing your, like, final fights, you can let me know. I believe this person is doing their all cup tour, maybe. I didn't actually see which cup they were on. $72 of 96, though. The checks are really coming in. Yeah, let me know when you're doing your, like, Elite Four and Champion fights, and we can maybe get that on. Get a little Pokemon cam on. Dude, the checks are going... Wait, did DK win? When did DK win? Was that a while ago? There were, like, giga checks coming in from DK a bit ago. I gotta scroll to the bottom of this. And, okay, cheeky seconds, not bad, man. I'll take that. You won 10 minutes ago? Huge. I think my estimate was make your settings for 3 hours and then expect it to be about double that length. I think it's working out, actually, unironically, a rare raysfire estimate where that will happen. I think this is a normal Grand Prix. Yeah, I mean, you guys can give me a heads up whenever you're getting close to, being in Go mode or, like, winning. I believe this person we're watching right now is doing a Mirror Cup Grand Prix. I don't know if it's their All Cup Tour win condition, though, or not. We could, I'm waiting on, I think Sniffit is in Go mode in Pokemon. Joe, you still been playing Minecraft this whole time? Or Minesweeper? Sorry, wrong mine game. Wait, if Yoshi's circuit is flipped, is it still a Yoshi? It's a deep question. Joe Biden still on the sweeper. Oh, unlucky for Joe. He lost again. Surely he doesn't lose this. Oh, he lost again. What are we doing, Joe? I need you to lock in, man. Wait, he's kind of hacking, though. I might be able to get another cam. It would be a little difficult to run... I could maybe put one in the corner. We'll see. Let me see what I can do. One second. Oh wait, we have Pokemon audio. Here we go. Articuno. Wait, this is Pokemon Crystal. Ray is bald, Glorp, Grindel, Lex wins. That's your Pokemon lineup, dude? What? What are these Pokemon names? That is crazy. You even have them ordered in the right, like, lineup. I think I've got my money on Glorp, personally. Grindel got put in the box. Later, Grindel, you're getting replaced by Articuno. Bye, Grindel. See you later, man. Get him out of here. Well, the Grindel is kind of a box, so maybe he fits well in there, you know? He might be perfectly made to slot in. That's a crazy lineup. Honestly, it's more crazy that the final Pokemon is just named Articuno. Ray is bold. Lex wins. Articuno. That is the true final team, I think. Man, I always forget how good the music is in, like, Gold, Silver, Crystal. It's so, like, nostalgic. The first game that I ever got on my Game Boy Advance was actually a Game Boy Color game. It was Pokemon Gold. And I played the heck out of it, man. I loved Pokemon Gold. I didn't know anything about Pokemon, though. So I got a Totodile, and then it turned into a Feraligatr, and it was level, like, 80. And then all my other Pokemon were like level 5. And if that guy ever died, I just lost. If my Feraligatr ever died, I just lost. But normally it didn't die, so. Look at this insane movement here. Wait, I'm wondering, do you actually have to go to the Elite Four and everything? Like, through the cave? Victory Road and all that? Or does it just, like, let you skip? Oh, you just have to run it. Okay. Maybe I should be a Kaizo player. Maybe I was ahead of my time. Maybe I was a Kaizo player from the beginning. And I just didn't realize. Oh, this is red? Nidoqueen. Dude, Rayfire's level 46. Okay, wait, I'm kind of beefed up. Kind of ready to go, man. Smoochum. No, but look at that. That Houndoom is ready for action. Wow, these encounters are a little obnoxious. Rat! Oh, wait, here we go. The save is gonna come in. Big moment, guys! Time for the fight. Wait, they have a... Wait, their Lex wins is level 60? What Pokemon even is that? String shot to Articuno. That's what they need, I think. Well, is and bald are not important in the grand scheme of things. The raysfire is important, and the Glorp and the Lex Winds are all important. And I guess the Articuno also, but is just like a connecting word in the English language. Okay, that guy doesn't need to be anything past level 3 max. Do you want your strongest Pokemon to be named Is? I don't think so. Bald is like kind of important, I guess. Is not, though. Go is. Is what? Articuno is bald. Okay, here we go. Dude, the Donphan is level 81? Can Articuno clear that if you stack X items? Oh my god. Like, the one shot on the crit! Holy crap. Dude, that Donphan is jacked. Okay, don't send that guy out. Well, no, wait, actually, do send that guy out. I mean, I can't act like I know anything about Pokemon. This is like Atom Bomb versus Coughing Baby. Wait, that's a Feraligatr that's level 3? Wait, I don't know this about Gen 2. If you are setting up with X items and then that person that you're setting up dies, and then you bring them back to life with like a max revive, do they lose the status? That's tough. Okay, wait a minute. Giga Chad PP stall. Eventually he runs out and you can't Iron Tail anymore. The crits are not helping though. The crits are not helping. The crits are tough. This looks just like raysfire. Why was he... Is it because he's bald? Oh, he missed? That's huge. The setup. Oh, but he crit right after! That's not huge. That's not what we want at all. Okay. We got this. Put me in, coach. I don't know if Glorp is ready, dude. I don't know if Glorp is ready for the big time. Okay, he missed. Oh, he missed again? The setup. The third miss in a row? Oh my god, wait, this is it. It's happening. The setup is coming through. Articuno setting up. Okay, I like it. Spam the X special. They're setting up to just try to sweep the whole team. I like the vision. I see the vision here. Attract. What's the last move that this guy has? Attract is like He's kind of inting. Huge throw here. Oh, the X speeds. Holy crap. Okay, wait a minute. Umbreon, level 77. Wait a minute. Does he clear? The sweep. This could be the sweep, dude. Wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute. 2 more. 1 more, dude. This is it. What a play, dude! He does it! What? That's crazy mode. He just clears, man. That's huge. Huge moves. GG's on that one. That was an epic battle. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't have faith whenever he kept critting with the Iron Tail. I thought it was cooked. I should have believed, man. I don't know why I didn't believe. I should have believed. Oh, wait, we're in the final boss of this. I don't think we have audio, but that's okay. Wait, I'll give you epic music for this. This is what music they should have played for this. I finished all my games. I didn't ever get the hover nozzle in Mario Sunshine. You know what the crazy thing is? I didn't ever get the hover nozzle. The hover nozzle was not only in my game, it was in my game on a level I tried to do, game overed, rage quit, never went back to. My bad. Get him. Oh no! Wario's got him. It's okay, I think he's at the fight. Wait, what's better music for this? What's like good final boss music? Oh, that's the start of the castle? Oh, crap. That's not good. Wait, how long is it? Well, it's kind of Wario's castle, but I guess you're right. Wait, this one goes hard. Whose theme? This is Bowser's Castle from Super Circuit, but the Mario Kart World one. The NSMB Castle one is good too. Can I cue that up? I'll find it. This is epic music. Wait, you're about to do that? Okay, wait, can you go to Landy? Whenever they stream in a second. I guess. Oh, is that it? Cave Story banger. Wait, you have a sprite for Cave Story too? That's epic. I know they have a cute layout and they have sprites for... They have a 3D model for Wind Waker and a sprite for Cave Story. Wait, you kind of just own that guy. Oh wait, is he not done yet? Oh, he's back! I don't know anything about this game, clearly. What is that? Is he just like an orb or what? Ow. Oh, phase 3, holy crap. I don't know why I didn't expect a phase 2 or 3. That's kind of my bad, actually. I should have definitely expected that. Holy crap, Lois. They put a phase 3 in this game. That was bad. Sorry, that kind of sucked.
That's not 72, damn.
Thank you very much, Just the Bear, for the 72. Oh, Cave Story win! Huge. GG's on the Cave Story. Lois, this is worse than the time that I was playing in an archipelago. Dude, I don't know, that was bad. That kind of sucked. I think Cave Story is pretty short. Also, I think it's fine. It worked out. Cave Story is pretty not long. So is Pseudo Regalia, actually, which is what Dawn did. They're both short. I don't know anything about the game, but they didn't have that many checks, and I assume if you, like, know what you're doing, you can beat them extremely fast. Oh, they're about to get crushed. Oh, it's kind of zoomed in, but I assume you said you're working on the cam. Wait, I don't need this if they have audio. Oh, oh, there you go. Let's see, how are we looking on the gameage? Jigsaw, wait. Bunny Graham completed. Cave Story completed. Matthias, Kingdom Hearts 2 completed. Holy crap, dude. They're coming in, dude. I think, realistically, everyone has done great today. Great performance. Generational stuff that we're seeing out of the community. 76 games completed in under 6 hours is pretty nuts. Yeah, don't worry too much about the crop. It's chill. Like I said, I'm very casual about it. I think the fact that if we just get the gameplay at all, that's all we really need. Wait, did you get a kill with the Fan of War? That's crazy, dude. Did you get a kill with the Pain Train? Dude, I have the biggest Pain Train collection known to man. I have like, I don't know if you've ever looked at my backpack on TF2. I have like 150 strange Pain Trains and a collector's kill streak strange Pain Train. And then I have another melee weapon that's named the Pain Train. That's not actually a Pain Train. Hey, you know what? We needed the help on the puzzle, so... You did good work. Scott. Wait, so is this the same dungeon that they were in that was like 4 hours? Or not 4 hours, like the fourth one you said, like in the game? They're definitely further than halfway though, because looking at the checks, they're at 75.6% done on the tracker. Oh, you're just checking it up? Okay. I don't know if anyone is close to being done or not, but I guess we could check around and see. No pun intended there. We could check around. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who else is still playing. Oh wait, this is Archipelago. This game is beast. Well, it's beast if you like auto clickers. I think they might be done. Or close to done. What do we got here? I don't really know if anyone is close. Oh, I haven't seen this. Another crab's treasure. This is like Dark Souls, but you're a crab, I think. Wait, what is that, an N64 cartridge? As a shell? Oh, wait, it is. That's so sick. Wait, you want the Archipelago auto clicker game? I think if you just search for it, Archipelago, you might find it. Like, you play it in browser, so. I can try to find it. I was screwing around with it the other day. I might actually like this game. Because I was actually just talking to some people about how I don't really like Dark Souls, not because of the gameplay, but because I just don't really like the art style much. I actually think the gameplay is the best part of it. I just don't really like the, like, kind of dull, you know, washed out colors, super, like, you know, scary, whatever. But they took basically the core concept, but they made it this, like, colorful game where you're like a crab in the water. And I feel like that's a cool vibe. Change my game title. Wait, what do I even set my game to? Set game crab. Okay, that... I mean, I'm not even playing the game. We're not gonna... Okay, I guess we don't do that. Okay, I'm just gonna put it on just chatting, whatever. I'll put it on just chatting. Games plus demos. Set game to games. Games 4. Okay. What is games 4, dude? I love games 4. Whoa, big man! Oh my god! That guy was brutal. Okay, can someone who's played this game fill me in? How do we win? I assume you have to get to, like, the final boss and then do the fight. But, like, do you have to do story progression, or can you kind of just skip everything and go to the boss? Oh, they're almost at the end? Okay, I didn't know how close they were to the end. Oh, these guys are yapping now, man. Bunch of mega yappers. I don't have time for all that. Keep your story, okay? I don't care about that. I want to beat people up as a crab. I remember when this game came out, people were big on it for a while. Moon snail shell found. I might actually like this game. Legit. I mean, maybe it's a check. I don't know. You're at the final part of Portal 2? Okay, we might be able to go to that if you are streaming it. I don't know if you have the cam up or not. Guys, spoilers for Portal 2. Don't get spoiled. Oh, you just want me to play it so you can spam dead fish reaction so I won't remove it. Oh, I see. I like Portal 2. I remember when this game came out, I stayed up pretty much the entire night and day that it came out to play it. It's a little laggy though. I don't know. We're getting a little lag on the stream end. Oh wait, now it's good. Kind of, I think. E.
Hello. This is the part where I kill you.
The part where he kills you.
A bit of a brainwave. There I was, smashing some steel plates together, and I thought to myself, yes. No. Don't do that. Stand right here. Stand. Where'd you go? No, seriously, do come back. Please, come back, please. Okay, look, I've decided I'm not gonna kill you. Okay, if you come back.
I forgot about the dialogue in this game.
Just thinking back to the old times, the old days when we were friends, good old friends, not enemies. And I would say something like, come back. And you'd be like, yeah, no problem. And you'd come back. What happened to those days? Can't help but notice that you're not coming back. Because this is what... Oh, I've got an idea. Yes, in your face, I got one. Fine, let the games begin.
Dude, that guy is a good voice actor. Kind of his jaw.
Hold on. I'm almost there. Don't mind me. Continue escaping. Death trap. Was that your bullet riddled body flying out the roof?
Dude, this game is so funny, actually.
Well, no matter, because I'm still holding all the cards. And guess what? They're all full houses. Never actually played cards, meaning to learn. Anyway, new turrets, not defective. Ace of fours, the best hand. Unbeatable, I would imagine.
Whoop.
Oh, I see. Clever. Very clever.
Yeah, honestly, the graphics are good and the, like, dialogue and everything. It's one of the instances where I think the second game is better than the first one. Like, the original Portal is super good, don't get me wrong. But Portal 2 is, like...
Versus Moriarty.
It, like, takes it to another level, you know?
Versus Mashy Spike Plates.
And it has the multiplayer co-op.
Please. Alright, stop moving. Almost got you now, almost got you now.
Oh god.
Did something break back there? Oh, did it kill you?
Dude, Valve AP would be crazy. I mean, look, what games are not on there? You made a TF2 one. There's Portal 2. Is there Portal 1? We need Portal 1, Counter-Strike. There's already Deadlock. I don't think there's Dota, though. Maybe it's for the best there's no Dota. Counter-Strike and Dota might be chopped. Is there a Half-Life one? If there's not, I'm kind of surprised there's not. Like, Half-Life 2 and Half-Life should both have them, in my opinion. I'm surprised, like, given how much people love those games, that no one has made a Half-Life or Half-Life 2. I could look it up really quick.
Crashing's too good for him. First, he'll spend a year in the incinerator. Year 2, cryogenic refrigeration wing. Then, 10 years in the chamber I built where all the robots scream at you. I'll kill him.
I think they tried to release, but the release didn't go through because I think the admin has to do it. I did see it was Bunny's ship. They tried to release, but it didn't release, so we would need to release for them because I think that's what they want.
There you are. Right. Let's get rid of this.
I don't know if Mooin can do that, but I think they did. It looks like they wanted to release, so.
There we go. I wanted to talk to you for a moment, if I may. I'll be honest, the death traps have been a bit of a failure so far for both of us. I think you'll agree. And you are getting very close to my lair. Okay, I'll take that as a no then.
My God, what has he done to this place?
You don't need to feel bad. It's all good. I just don't think we wanted to release in case you were still playing. We would hate to release and then you wanted to like keep playing and then you're like, wait, why did all my stuff send? But if you're done with it, that's okay. We can just send it out. Not a big deal. Don't lose sleep over it or anything.
The scientists were always hanging cores on me to regulate my behavior. I've heard voices all my life, but now I hear the voice of a conscience.
It's chill.
Because for the first time, it's my voice. I'm being serious. I think there's something really wrong with me.
Okay. Last chamber. This is the very end, I believe, right? Of the portal.
Corrupted cores, we're in luck.
We're in luck.
The way to stun him, I'll send you a core, and then you attach it to him. If we do it a few times, he might become corrupt enough for another core transfer.
I would much rather people join and then play and then, you know, show up on time and do everything and then decide like, oh, I don't think I can finish. Oh! What a... Oh, okay, what a tease. Rather than, you know, I would much rather people show up and give it a shot and play and then, and whatnot. Rather than either not show at all or not even bother giving it a try, you know?
In about 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's a problem with the light. I think the light's on the blink, but just in case it isn't, I am actually going to have to kill you, as discussed earlier. So let's call that 3 minutes and then a minute break, but we should leave it.
Did you know each core is modeled after real persons in history? The green one is modeled after raysfire. No, the green one is modeled after this guy.
And I'm not going to make the same mistakes. 4-part plan is this. 1, no portal services. 2,
Or that guy. Both are options.
3, bomb-proof shields for me, leading directly onto number 4, bombs for throwing at you. You know what? This plan is so good, I'm going to give you a sporting chance and turn off the neurotoxin. I'm joking, of course. Goodbye.
Neurotoxin level at capacity in 5 minutes.
That's sounded real. No, that was actually an impression of you. Actually, because
This guy's a giga yapper. But I like it. Normally I don't like yappers, but I think he does it well.
I'm delivering the first core up near the cannon.
He is kind of aggressively British. I forgot about the space guy.
Corruption at 50%. System compromised. Offline. Reactor explosion in 4 minutes.
Space, go to space.
What happened? What happened? What have you pulled to me? What is that? Hold on. Ah, the bloody... Ah!
That guy loves space.
What's the situation? Oh, hey, hiya, pretty lady. Name's Rick. You out having yourself a little adventure? What, are you fighting that guy? You got that under control? There's a lot of stuff on fire. Hey, countdown clock. Man, that is trouble. Situation's looking pretty ugly. Such a beautiful woman, if you don't mind me saying.
Dude, how can I forget about the core dialogue? These guys are so funny.
Destroyed. Reactor explosion uncertainty. Emergency preemption protocol initiated.
We might need help on the craft, we'll see. It might be a craft finisher.
I told you not to put these cores on, but you don't listen, do you? Right. Ah!
Here's another core. This one should do it.
What's the current advancement amount on Minecraft? Okay, 4 more advancements and then Ender Dragon and Wither. What?
Dreams are the subconscious mind's way of reminding people to go.
What?
Core corruption at 100%.
Well, I like that whenever they attached that core, the stream started lagging. It's very realistic.
Substitute core. Are you ready to start? Corrupted core. Are you ready to start?
What do you think?
Interpreting vague answer as yes.
No. Didn't pick up on my sarcasm.
Stalemate detected. Fire detected in the stalemate resolution annex. Extinguishing.
Ah, that just cleans right off, does it? Well, that would have been good to know a little earlier.
Stalemate resolution associate. Please
Portal 2 is about to be over.
resolution button.
Do not press that button. No! Do not do it! I forbid you to press it! Part 5! Booby trap the stalemate button! What? Are you still alive? You are joking! You have got to be kidding me! Well, I'm still in control, and I have no idea how to fix this place. Oh, you had to play bloody cat and mouse, didn't you? Well, people...
And there he goes.
Space! Ah! Ah! We're in space! Ah! Let go! Let go! I'm still connected!
The space guy!
In! I can still fix this!
I already fixed it, and you are not coming back.
Oh no! Change your plans! Hold on to me! Tighter! Ah! Grab me!
Shoutouts to space guy. Rip. Okay, we're done with Portal. And I believe Mario Land 2 also cleared. And so did Sudoku. We're at 80 out of 96 completions.
You're all right.
GG's to the people that are gaming.
Carolyn taught me a valuable lesson.
Let me see. Who do we still have in the cord?
Enemy.
Who's still in the cord?
You were my best friend. The surge of emotion that
We've got a crafter. We got Wind Waker.
even more valuable.
A couple of Wind Wakers. DK64, I think, is still going. Oh, DK64! Dude, I love DK64 randomizer. I might be a fan now at this point. I think it's the music. The music does it for me. They randomize everything. Every sound effect. They have all different music. I don't know what this guy's win condition is, though. I'm curious if they just can't do the final boss because they don't have enough moves for their phase or what. Wait, they have double dash music on the pause screen? That's based. There's some puzzle pieces. My favorite thing though is reading stuff in the DK64 font that appears. Like I was playing and sending stuff to a guy's Dark Souls 3 the other day in DK64 randomizer. Seeing like Souls of the Damned in the DK64 text is crazy to me. Owl time. Wait, this music's kind of a vibe. I know it's a little quiet. I can turn it up, but I think the stream might just be quiet. Or like the guy's game capture, which is fine. I'm still kind of vibing though. Wait, what game is this song from? It does kind of match the Jaw guy, though, in BPM. No, Jaw's maybe a little slow. Dude, this guy is doing a lot of checks. Oh, I like the different colored barrels. I don't have this setting on mine. Oh, dude, welcome to bonus stage. Big Bug Bash. What music does he have on the mini games? Let's see. Duke Nukem 3D. What the heck? In the randomizer that I did of DK64 recently, on my mini games, it was playing the red, silver, or the ruby, sapphire, emerald gym battle music, and it was really stressful. Like, imagine hearing gym boss music when you're trying to swap bugs. Dang, he's really hitting that on the trombone. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Jammer! It sounds pretty good in the DK sound font. I don't know what that coin sprite is. So in the DK64 AP, whenever you get the black and white archipelago, that means it's a filler item. If it's blue, it means it's useful, and if it's like rainbow colored, like the normal AP colors, then that means that it is an important item. Dude, this guy's almost maxed on his nanners. You can only have 200, right? He's at 199. Yeah, if you like a certain song, whenever it changes, if you look at the bottom left, you can see the song. It has the game name first and then the song second. My favorite thing about the music rando in this is that when you get any Banjo music, it just sounds the same as it would in Banjo because it's a rare game. So it's like almost exactly like it would be if it was just in Banjo. Jammer! Why is there a lot of Mario in this? Gotta get the crate checks, nice. There's some Jigsaw. Oh, wait, we've got Afro Funky Kong? Dude, they just dropped the Afro... They dropped the Afro on me. You missed the start? Were you Narga? Because I think we had people that could fill in for you at least. I had my top rat on the case for your rat game. And I don't actually know who played Hollow Knight for you, but they finished also. So we didn't have to release your games. They were actually played. But you gotta set an alarm next time. We were concerned. Okay though, don't worry too much about it. Fortunately, things worked out. Are you on your final boss? Wait, we gotta go back to the crab. Might be crab time.
Get yourself hurt. I'm not.
Oh, epic cutscene for the final battle.
I am getting angry, aren't I? I think maybe I've been angry the whole time. Ever since I left the tide pool. I never wanted to be. Everyone else seems angry all the time. I didn't want to be like that. But I can't help it. Not when people like you always get everything you want. And other people get hurt for it. It's not.
This is for the cinema.
And I'm really strong now. Strong enough to stop you from making...
Okay, here we go.
Come on, do it! Hit me! Don't be a coward!
The crab who stole the whirl. Wait, this crab looks really mad. He had the angry thing with the red, whatever.
You're gonna regret standing in my way.
I think this guy is owning. I don't know anything about this game, but it looks like they are they are not taking any damage. So like, wait, they're kind of frying. Oh, I jinxed it. Commentator's curse. Oh, low on the health bar. Wait, that was kind of crazy. Is there a second phase? Oh, there is. I was gonna say, like, if that was the whole boss fight, that's crazy. Oh, big damage! Oh, with the counter hit. Let's see it. Teleport. We got a whirlpool going on the outer ring. The sea urchins. Oh, big damage! Oh my god, the damage is insane! Wait, are they going for the...
gonna roll.
They're going for... Oh my god.
No, 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 Krill, wait! Don't put that on!
Did they win? I think they might have won. And they're naked. Naked crab? I think it glitched. Oh, Landy finished Wind Waker too. I didn't even realize. Landy. GG's. I don't know what happened here though. This is new. Unless it needs to be sent, I don't know. I mean, that would be crazy to have to do the boss fight and then not be able to win because you didn't get the items sent to you. Unless, I mean, I don't know anything about this game. Oh, they don't have the rainbow shell. Oh, crap. If they have to get sent the rainbow shell, then they might not be... They might just have to wait. So they just like... I guess we're just waiting? I don't know. Waiting. Dude, you're just gonna push him off the edge. Okay, well, we'll go to another stream, I guess, for now, and we'll figure that out. Thank you for being a part of it, Landy. GG's. Glad we were able to catch one of your game finishes. I like the models, by the way, in both the games. It was very on brand. Double pain is free? Oh, wait. You're at the end of your game. Okay. Dude, this guy got crazy zero costs. I don't know if I can turn the stream up. It's a little quiet, but... Oh wait, they have music randomizer. Thank you, Mooing Limmer, for gifting a sub to... Landy. Landy, enjoy the emotes. And the ad-free viewing. Dude, this music is, it's a little quiet, but also, like, it's so not on brand for this guy. Oh, we can turn it up a little bit. Okay, there we go. It's a little better. If you're looking for a new emote to use, I recommend Raise Q personally. Some people like to do... Honestly, we have some kind of goated emotes. I forgot how good a lot of these were. I don't know why. They're my emotes. I just don't use my own emotes much, I guess. My favorite animated raysfire emote? I really like raise check. Or raise chatting. Okay, we're going fire drive stats on the TTYD. Wait, you have 800 star power? Thank you for the raid, the Lewis. Oh, I forgot about Raise Plead. I do like that one. Rare Flurry strats? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Every time I do one of these randomizers, I never use Flurry. I don't even hate Flurry. I just like... feel like there's just better options. Wait, you're hitting crazy damage. Look, it's nothing against Flurry, okay? Well, you know, I used to be all in on fire drive. I've been less fire drive pilled lately. I've been more, all or nothing, like, just base stat stacking. Oh, wait, you have the OP one. I forgot about this one. Dude, this one is so OP. This was such an overpowered star power, like, it's crazy they even put this in the game. Like, yeah, let Mario just have an extra 3 attack and 2 defense for basically nothing. And then you can just chain hit, like, it's kind of nuts. If you do that and then you, like, power bounce or whatever, it's crazy the damage it does. Oh, nice guard. Wait, I like that. The guards are pog right now. On point. So these are the final 3 fights of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, because the way that this game works with these settings, or even I guess without these settings, is when you get to this phase of the game, you have to fight this guy, then you have to fight Bowser, then you have the actual Shadow Queen fight. Ow. This is a very interesting build, though. Wait, the DK blueprints are going crazy mode. I don't know what happens with that rainbow shell thing. I feel like I should look at the archipelago to see what even happened. What is the item called? Rainbow shell? I'm gonna search the thread for it. Oh, I'm looking it up. I see a bug here. It looks like it is a bug. So I guess maybe it has to be released but marked as complete. I feel like you did, I mean, you did the final boss. We might have to do that. If you can't edit the save, we can just release though. Just let me know. We won't release yet. I'll let you try to fix that. I mean, they technically won. It's just a bug. It's basically a clear. Oh, nice bug, dude. Look at this bug. Wait, this is crazy Bowser music for the fight. I don't know if I've ever heard more than a couple of seconds of this song. Yeah, I mean, if there's anyone else that is, like, on their final, we could swap, but I mean, there's only one fight after the Bowser fight. This is the end of the game of the Thousand Year Door, to be fair. I just don't know if there's anyone else that's, like, right in the final boss already. This is the music when you open the black chest and you get cursed. Oh my god, that Yoshi is hitting! What the heck, dude? No. Dude, I don't think I've ever seen a Yoshi do damage like that before in my life. This Yoshi is kind of built different. I can't lie. Oh, 6-7 on the power bounce. Holy crap, chills. I mean, look, you have to go all or nothing, dude. You gotta go all or nothing. Like, what are you if you're not all or nothing on the fight? Oh, Bowser just took out one of your things, man. He just took your hammer. Oh, the inputs are crisp! The inputs are crisp! Do we see the +4? Oh, a rare +4! That's crazy. That's +4 attack power. Look at the damage. He's hitting, he's hitting. Okay, this is the second of the 3 fights. Oh, a little swag. 12-11 hit is crazy. By the way, looking at the games, we're at 81 of 96. The crafters are still chipping away at it. I mean, a lot of people are on the precipice of being done. Like, literally, there's one person who has got a jigsaw, and they are at 195 of 196, which means they just need one piece, probably. Literally one piece. And they can finish. Yeah, just the one piece. That's all they need. Okay, here we go. Final fight. We just need the one piece. Crafters go. Okay, we'll try to catch that in a sec. Are you like doing the... Do you just have to go do the fight? Because we're about to see Shadow Queen gameplay here. Oh my god, you only have 6 items? That's scary. I mean, if Minecraft is literally about to be done, we can look, because phase 1 is, like, scripted. You probably have, like... Oh, okay, you guys... Okay, you're not gonna be done, then. Immediately. It'll be a bit of a race to see if the Shadow Queen fight ends before those two. Probably not. Dude, if you're doing this no Vivian, no items, I want to see the strat on this, because I don't know, I didn't see his build fully. I'm not even playing, Danny, I'm already done. Okay, this is someone else, I'm finished. Oh, this is some good Shadow Queen music right here. We're shopping. It's nighttime on the train. We're chilling on the train late at night. It's chill. It's a vibe. Wait. Where is the Shadow Queen music? I wonder if it was in this at all. That is true, dude. These guys get jacked at the gym, and then look at the damage output. Holy crap. Dude. That is kind of insane. I can't lie. I think they're gonna probably go to the scripted part where you can't do damage, and then phase 2. Rogue Port Sewers is the Shadow Queen? That's the real final boss. The sewers. Watch out. DK64 is also in go mode. I just saw this guy get his key 8, which means he can definitely go and do the final fight for DK. I think realistically, I don't know how many phases the fight is. You probably can go to DK for a second. No, it was the train song a second ago, man. The music changed. Honestly, it's pretty close. I don't know who finishes first. I don't know if Thousand Year Door finishes or DK finishes. We can take a look at the DK. I want to see a little bit of the final fight on this one. Oh, he's already doing it! Oh, he's already doing it to him! Okay, yeah, this guy definitely finishes before Paper Mario. Dude, this is... Dude, this fight is so funny. You have to bait him, and then he goes and gets hit by a banana peel. And takes damage. I assume this is a 3-phase fight. We're in round 1. Normally, you do all 5. There's one for every Kong. Oh my god, this guy's done this before. This guy's a professional. The setups on the banana peels are crazy. This guy knows about his banana setups. Look, he's waiting for the angle. Protractor. Measuring the line. Oh, it might be a little left here. We'll see. Oh, wait, he gets it with the turnaround. Nice. I didn't think that he would be in the line for that. So the number of phases in this fight is dependent on your settings. I think 3 is the default. But the order and the people that are in them is also randomized. So for example, in my last one, I did Tiny, I did Diddy, and I did DK. DK's probably the easiest one. Dude, K-Rool is not looking too hot right now. DK is a really good one to get in the randomizer because you only need DK. I don't think you need any of his anything. No, TDY didn't release. However, the person who did another Crab's Treasure fixed their game and was able to win. So, I'm glad you were able to get it fixed. We saw them do the boss fight a second ago. It just was like kind of bugged. I don't think you need Barrel Blast because Barrel Blast is just his platform that you have to hit the Z button on. But on this, you don't have to hit Z to get in the barrels. You just climb the pole and then jump into the barrel. So I don't think you need any of these moves at all. Because the actual ability is the thing that blasts him up into the barrels. Okay, final phase here. Maybe. Oh, no toes.txt. If it's a 3-phaser, we have no toes.txt. This is a pretty fast phase too, though. It's not too bad. The toes are not free. Unless it's a 4 or 5 phase, in which case, maybe. But I assume it's 3. This phase can be a little annoying. He throws the glove up, and then you have to dodge it while shooting the targets. Oh, nice! Wait, he had tech on that one. The 2 quick hits. He might have won. Okay, I think we can probably... Well, if this is the end, we might be able to go back to T2ID in a second. Let me just make sure that this is the end. Oh, yeah, it is. Nice. GG's, man. That should be GG's for the Kongs. Okay, yeah, you can go back to the 1,000-year door now. The craft will probably be one of the last ones that we show. These people are on their fights already. Shadow Queen. Wait, what is this music for the Shadow Queen? Is this the creepy steeple music? It definitely is. Wow, you got kind of screwed by the patterns on that, I can't lie. I turned off the music randomizer because I was like, I need epic battle tunes when I'm doing the final boss fight. And I feel like sometimes it can kill the vibe a little bit when you don't get the bangers. But it is fun to guess or try to identify the song. It's also fun whenever the music doesn't match the area you're in. So, I mean, I go both ways on it, honestly. We can try to get some of the craft in, too. If they want to wait on the dragon, we can watch it after this Shadow Queen fight. Realistically, based on this gameplay, there will probably not be that much left. Okay, yeah, you've got time then. We got time. We're at 84 of 96 games. And I believe one of them only didn't get finished because of a bug. So we are like very close to the end. 84 games in under 7 hours. I mean, that's a good turnout. Dude, ignoring the hands is like a Giga Chad move, by the way.
88.
I could never. Okay. Taking the hands out. There we go. Glaze GKT, thanks for the 88. Plus 7. You know, this might be a nerd thing to say, but I feel like you can learn a lot about a person based on their playstyle in Mario 6 or in Paper Mario. Oh, the supernova's coming out. Boop. Hey, I mean, the archipelago games, people got to choose what they wanted to submit. If Terraria supported, you could do it. People were playing games in this I'd never heard of before, man. It's all based on the people. Oh, giga damage! Wait, you have like 50 life shrooms. If Terraria is supported, then yeah, I mean, you can definitely join and do that if you would like. Leaving Mario to fend for himself. Wait, optimal setup for the peril strats, one shot, secret build. Well, I mean, we have a section on the Discord that's available. I mean, I know you're in my Discord. If you just take a look out, we have a role where we at people when we're doing these. All of this is, it doesn't require an invite. You just have to, stay in the loop. If you're on the cord, that's the best way to know. We tried to let people know. If you look in my Discord, if you go to the bulletin board, we told people twice.
Gaming.
And I talked about it on stream.
Gaming. We love games. We love games.
We love games! Oh, Fog is kind of troll high key. Hopefully you don't get trolled by that. Generational crash out. Not by the guy. I think the stream actually just crashed. It might have broken. I don't know. Wait, am I... What? Okay, no, it's not him. I think his stream lagged. We can try to reload it. If it doesn't reload in a second, I guess we can go to someone else until we figure out what happened to that guy. He might have gotten vaporized by the Shadow Queen. Rest in peace. I don't know what happened to him, dude. Is he okay? I mean, if Minecraft is about to win, we can look at that. But I don't know if we have a POV of that. Yo, McDog on the broadcast? Oh, wait. Maybe all streams are bugged out for him right now. I might have to bring in a stream for myself. Oh. We're gonna have to go craft. Okay, if the craft works, that's fine. For now. I can try. Let me see if I can do something here. I might be able to do something fast. This is the raysfire solution. The raysfire method. How do I not leak anything? Wait, I can try to do this. Okay, hold up. I might be able to do this myself. Oh, he won. He did win, for the record. I joined the stream myself. I took matters into my own hands. It might have just lagged. Let me see if this works for me, though. Wait, I'll see if I can figure it out. Is this it? Does this work? Oh, I did it, dude. I'm goated. I put it in my own stream layout. I have a tiny extra cam. Big news. What is happening with... What's happening over there? Okay, yeah, you can probably go to, Minecraft. Oh, wait, it's back. Okay, then that was weird. It was just a temp bug. That's fine. Okay, we got it back at least. Oh, I joined the call, so it made everyone appear. That's actually the funniest thing that's happened today. Those are all the people in the call, technically. You're gonna need to use your binoculars for that. Okay, I think we're good on the craft. It might be crafting time. They have enough advancements. They have enough dragon egg. I don't know whose POV I'm looking at, but they're holding some pork. Wait, they're loaded, actually. They have 15 ender pearls? Holy crap, man. Ender pearls. I assume the crafters are waiting to... They're waiting for the troops to show up. Oh, they're all getting teleports. That's what it was. Everyone's warping in. Wait, this is kind of beast, actually. This is like the Minecraft movie, but in real life. Everyone is gearing up, and they're like... They're about to go into an epic duel. I might try to put the crystal stars in the pool next time. That seems like not a bad idea. That's a fun way to play it. Dude, they're squatting up. First we mine, then we craft. Let's Minecraft! Wait, how many people they got in there? Oh, they're going in. Holy crap. This is epic. It lagged because too many people went in at the same time. Coming in hot! Wait, how fast can a group of people take out the Ender Dragon? Do we have any speedrunners in here? Oh, what a shot on the arrow! What the heck? Wait, and what POV am I looking at? Is this the faker of Minecraft players? It will release their items when it goes to the credits, I think. And if you do Shadow Queen, it does the long cutscene. It will release, but it has to hit the credit scene on TTYD for the release of the items. I assume they're still in the final cutscene because it takes 10 years. But once they do get to the credits, it will send. I learned this recently, actually, like a few days ago. I think they're still here. If it said they left the game, then I don't know if it actually sent the item. We might have to technically release if they closed their game without the item sent. Or they need to reopen it. Koopas! TTYD has to get to the credits to release. If you do Shadow Queen. Well, I mean, it always does, but... You have to get through the long cutscene on the Shadow Queen fight. Oh! It's getting crazy! Wait, they're beating him up! You could try to reopen and see if it would take you to the credits. That would be the easiest way. Otherwise, we would probably have to do a release for it. Or you'd have to do the fight again. One or the other. Oh no, Cole's gone down to the Enderman! We're losing them! The crafters are dropping! Yeah, I would rather you not have to redo the fight. Since you already did it, I think we just release if it doesn't send when you open the game. Or I can just release right now. So Don can finish his game. Oh. Oh! McDog grand finale, maybe? Okay, Hazardous Josh logged back in. We'll see if we can get the send. I know that, Mooing is helping with the Ender Dragon right now, so... Group Deadlock AP after. Yeah, but I have Sinclair. I start with Sinclair, okay? That's my only requirement. I need that guy. Oh, the crafters have done it! The stream was delayed. Holy crap! Nice work, everybody. Hazardous Josh does, yeah. I mean, he did technically win the game, to be fair. I think it might be a Dawn Finder. Dude. What is it, the Danny Phantom jump scare? I was not ready for that. Okay, we got it. That was terrifying. Oh, this guy's also playing Wind Waker. And he has 2,000 rupees. We got a couple of Wind Wakers. Oh, this guy's actually closer to being at the end, I think, than Dawn is, because Dawn said he's supposed to do a dungeon. So we can probably catch this one first. I don't think I've ever seen this many Wind Wakers in an AP before. It was like the most Zelda I've had in mind that I've done. And normally we get like OOT. There were a couple of Ocarina of Times, but it was actually mainly Wind Waker. There were 2 Link to the Past as well. I can't forget those. Wait, his name's actually Danny Fenton? I didn't know that. Learning a lot today. I don't know the Danny Phantom lore. I'm gonna be real with you. Wait. Pokepelago is going crazy right now. Oh wait, Pokepelago is the one where you have to guess the Pokemon, right? That's not the auto-clicker one I was thinking of. This is the one where you guess Pokemon. That you have to be sent, like, the types and generations to be able to do it. So right now, they're just guessing all of the ones that they couldn't do before because they didn't have the fire type. That's why, look at all the things they're guessing. They're all fire types. They all have the same thing in common. Sorry, spoiler. It's that they're all fire. Okay, Salazzle, I don't know if Salazzle's a fire type. Everyone else is definitely on fire. Torchic, Blaziken, Combuskin, Slugma, Vulpix, Ninetales, Growlithe, Arcanine. Oh, Salazzle is fire. I didn't even know that. Look at this live guessing right here. You can see them typing it in. This is how the game works. You just guess the... You guess the Pokemon. 480p, 15 FPS. This is what we like to see. Poke-Clicker can be done on AP, and so can Pokepelago. Poke-Clicker is on AP. I don't know exactly. Let me see if I can get a link to it. Because I had one. I'll link it to you. Here you go. Wait, so how many guesses do they have left to win? I feel like I need to play music for this. This is epic. I don't think they have much left to guess. Wait, are they doing every Pokemon? Dude, that's crazy. Like, just every Pokemon, period. 1,025, it looks like. This is high elo gameplay. Holy buckets. I don't even know if they need help. They're kind of killing it. They guessed my favorite Pokemon a second ago. Actually, both of them. See, look. And, wait, actually, I have the dog right here. This is my child. You see this? This is my child. This is an Oddish, actually. Yeah, this is actually an Oddish. I think Oddish is pretty good. Actually, how do you feel about... Tangela? Tangela. My second favorite Pokemon's about to be guessed. I do like Braixen. And Delphox. We're saving some high caliber Pokemon for the end. Pyroar. Scorbunny. I just got a blue coin from Raboot. Wait, did my favorite Pokemon send me anything? What did Arcanine send me? A rare candy to Fire Red. That's oddly fitting. What about Growlithe? Growlithe was Spike Shield to Paper Mario. I can look at any Pokemon. I have the full log. If you want me to tell you what the Pokemon sent, tell me your favorite Pokemon. I can look it up. Rockruff was a piece of a heart. Mew was the Master Ball. Luxray was Rune Powder. Breloom was a treasure bumper. I don't know what that is. Piplup was a pesky bird trap. Cyndaquil was Crystal Heart 6 for Celeste. Gengar was progressive weapon shooting speed to Factorio. Jirachi was a rancid egg. Lopunny was an orange rupee to Landy in Wind Waker. Diglett was a garbage item called Magikarp used Splash, but nothing happened. Shinx was a Geo Rock Deep Nest. Vulpix was Multi-Bounce in TTYD. Lugia was a Raspberry. Raichu was a Rockfall Trap in DK64. Zoroa was an Ultra Ball in Crystal. Lugia was a Raspberry. Shaman was a DK coin. Alchemy was a Dragon Egg Shard for Minecraft, which is actually important. Let's see. Rotom. 2 puzzle pieces to Jigsaw. Spheal was a Skull and Crossbones to Kingdom Hearts 2. Ludicolo was a Battle Crown. Let's see, what else do we have in here? Magikarp was... Well, there's a lot of garbage items with Magikarp. I have to really look for this one. Because they kept sending this Magikarp use splash item, which is diluting the search. Actual Magikarp was... I can't find Magikarp, dude, in here. Magikarp's taking too much work. Oh, Magikarp was a Vessel Fragment for Hollow Knight. There you go. Were there any other ones? Wooper. Wooper was Grass. And Refunct. Did I get all the other ones? Wait, is there no audio? I might have to put this back on. Okay. Cubone was a Mask Shard for Hollow Knight. Absol was a flower for Refunct, which is kind of a useless item, I'm sorry. Mawile was a Pokédex item. I mean, it's a nice flower, I guess. It's okay, I have bangers for you. Wait, I'll play appropriate music, dude. Watch this. Let me get you a good tune here. Oh! It's too loud. I'm sorry. Wait, no, here we go. Now, this right here is some good music for the final fight. Well, there's like one more fight after this, right? This is not like actually Ganondorf, but... What is this from? It's from Mario Kart World. It's an underground game. You probably haven't heard of it. Yeah, you have to like go up and then fight Ganon. Don's kind of gaming right now. Oh, what it? Wait, did he hit that? We have 99.5% of all items. I think at this point... Wait, there are 3 people that are all... There's like... Wait, how many games are left? 1, 2, 3, 4... There are, I think, 5 games left, and 3 of them are Wind Waker. Well, there's technically 8, but there's a few that, that are not going to be marked as complete due to bugs or releases. No, I don't think it's a Wind Waker. Look, I think it's fine. When it's done, it'll say 93 out of 96 for everyone. Or, no, 92? 92. Wait, I think Kobe won. What? Oh, Clubhouse Games won. We didn't see any Clubhouse Games, but they were playing in the background. Okay, wait, we need epic music for this. Is this epic? Oh, Jammer! That's because Dawn Finder is the guy playing. And he's McDog, so like, you know, it works out. Wait, what was that thing that Roy said I should put on? Was it this? No, wait, I'll put on Rainbow Road. Super Mario World 1? Yes! GG's on Mario World! It's all coming together. Kobe just has to win Yacht. Sent every check but didn't win. And then the Wind Waker... The Wind Wakerers are finishing up right now. The bait bag. Okay, we gotta speed this up. Wait, go to this part. Here we go, final fight! No, this is Danny Phantom. There was a furry Wind Waker on earlier, though. But they already won. Oh, Epic Gaming! These guys are neck and neck. There it is. Big win for Danny Phantom and McDog. GG's. I think we have another Wind Waker person that's almost done. Wait, they're all at the end, dude. I think they're actually all at the end. This guy's also about to end. There it is. They're coming in hot. And then I believe there was one other one. Here, I can mute it. Or you can mute it. Yeah, that's fine. You can mute the stream. I'll have my audio. Technically, Kobe still has to do yacht dice and win. I'm sure I'll be able to do it in a second, but... There's the yacht dice for Kobe and then this Wind Waker. You can try to do your yacht dice and beat this guy's Wind Waker if you want right now. You gotta boot up a run though. You gotta get going. We'll know who gets it done first. It'll show in the top left. You better roll fast. It's a battle. Link versus gambling. Who will win? Wait, we need more epic music. Hold up. Wait, this is not what I want. Okay, that'll work. I can work with that. There are 2 checks remaining out of all 23k. Kobe actually doesn't even have any. He just has to win. He sent every check except for finishing the run. Kobe's done it. This is our final game then right here. Big finale. GG's to Kobe. I think we can do better. Is this any good? No. We need some epic tunes. Okay, I can play it. We can play this tune. The final climb. Dang, he really climbing though. The upper body strength required for that is crazy. I don't want that to be underestimated. Oh no! The reclimb. He had to get more reps in, you know? Wait, what were the Deathlink totals? Iron Squire 23, Rays 12, Ian Kirby 10, Rays Flips 8, Cozy PVZ 5, Sierra Rennie Link to the Past 4, Pseudo Crystal 1, Fruit Roop 1, Bunny Ship 1. The other 3 games, either they bugged out, so like for example, Hazardous Door, he did finish the game. But, closed the game before the final, like, release sent. And then, the other ones had to be released for various other reasons, so. You are watching the final game of this 96-game archipelago. All this person has to do to defeat Ganon, and all 23,000 checks will be completed. I'm not playing it though, it's not me. I am stealing their content. Exactly. We did a giant 96 game community archipelago today. I've been busy all day from that, actually. We started at about 2 p.m. Final one. No, this is not Furry Link either, dude. Furry Link is already finished. They were the first one we were gonna finish. This is like Blue Eye Link. Here we go. Wait, do I have bangers for this? Final Ganon fight. Let's see it. Dude, I'm not the one that had Furry Link. You gotta talk to Landy for that. You can follow their stream if you want to see more Furry Link and furry other things. I don't know anything about... All I know is that they have, like, a furry model on their link, okay? Look, I don't know anything about the Furry Link. You guys just keep asking about it. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Wait for it. We're getting close here. Oh, nice. The rolls. The hits are coming in. No, but I played Double Dash. I took inspiration from you today. There is a Mario Kart Wii one now. Well, you know, see, Marks V has participated in an archipelago and played Double Dash. You know, we can have inspiration from two places. And Double Dash is Roy's favorite game, so... I felt inspired in both cases. I was like, well, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Zelda, you gotta hit the shot. Nice. Bang! There it is. Stop the timer. Get my timer. There you go. We did all our games in under 7 hours, 13 minutes. 7:12:59. Nice work, everybody. There it is. Very cool. GG's. GG's in the chat. GG's. GG's. I'm putting GG's in the chat. Thank you guys for being a part of it. Yeah, okay, so I think on that note we can probably wrap up the stream. I can swap to the other layout. Or I guess I can just do it while this is going on, but basically I just want to say thank you to everyone who was a part of it. You know, if you joined and you had fun, hopefully you guys stick around. We're going to try to do these more often, probably once a month, every 6 weeks. I don't know exactly. But this is the best turnout we've had. We had nearly 100 people. 96 games were submitted. I think next time we can shoot for triple digits. I think we can get that probably pretty easy. I really like doing these APs. I think they're a lot of fun. I'm going to keep doing them. I'll be doing my solo ones, but we'll keep doing more on the Discord. If you want to be a part of more of these, even ones that are not streamed, you can stay in the Discord and get a role, and we'll let you know when they're going on. If you just want to do the stream ones, we'll also let you know. If you plan on leaving the Discord because you just don't want to, like, clutter your service, that's fine, I get it. But I will try to give you a heads up when the next one is. We'll announce a date. We'll have a time set. And yeah, I mean, I just to give a couple shout outs. First of all, thank you everyone who joined and played in it. That was awesome. I mean, these are always a lot of fun for me, and I think they're great community events too. But also, extra special shout outs to Mooing Lemur, who did the Generation and the YAML collection to make sure everything went smooth, and he set up the Minecraft server. So big shout outs to Mooing for that. And also, he's the person that made the thing I'm using that shows the tech in the top left, so. And then also, big shout outs to Kobe. Kobe is the person that stepped up. He volunteered to run the community cam, which is what you're seeing right now. So he streamed that pretty much all day, was swapping POVs, so we could have everyone else's game showcased, which is awesome. So shout outs to Kobe for that, and also for just helping out. I mean, Kobe's one of the people that's been running APs in the Discord the last couple of months. So thank you to him for helping it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing more of these. I'm probably going to wrap up the stream on that note, but the plan is, for me, for this week, I probably won't be live tomorrow. I don't know exactly yet, but at some point, Pank and I, we're going to do a duo AP this coming week. And I have a few other things planned. I want to do another randomizer archipelago YouTube thing, kind of a big one. Okay, bye. I'm gonna do another YouTube archipelago. I don't know exactly what yet. I'm thinking maybe a dual Paper Mario, like max settings, crazy wacko mode, but I'm not sure yet. I'm undecided. So I'm out of here. I'll be gone at least until Tuesday, and then I'll have an update for you guys. So join the Discord. Join the Discord if you want to stay up to date on when APs and stuff are happening. I'll try to let you guys know. Follow the stream if you haven't done that. We're nearing 100K on Twitch. Like, seriously, we're under 300 away. And, I think that's about it for me. So, thanks for hanging out. Let's do a raid. We're gonna raid someone. I'll try to maybe do a little Tamagotchi at some point in this next week, too. I'll try to squeeze it in. We will raid Blue Candy because he was here today, hanging out earlier. So shout outs to Blue Candy. Okay, thank you guys for watching. I'm swapping the scenes. I'm out of here. See y'all in the next one. This is like kind of good outro music when you think about it. Have a good night. Thanks everyone again for playing. It was a lot of fun. I didn't think it would go as smoothly as it did. That was awesome. All right. Thanks for watching. See you next time.